Hello there, welcome back. My name is Lingam. Thank you for watching this video today. In this new series on Linux, we will start with the first video. It will be to learn how to set up Linux inside Windows. Obviously, to set up Linux inside Windows, we need virtualization. To do virtualization, we need a software for that. And I'm going to start with VirtualBox. So if you're watching this video, you need to download and install VirtualBox. VirtualBox is again a freely available open source software, and it is from Oracle, so you can install them without any issues. First thing, install VirtualBox, and then we need to finalize on our OS. The OS that I have chosen is Alma Linux. Alma Linux is a continuation of Red Hat's RHEL Linux. In 2020, Red Hat announced that they will be stopping the support for CentOS 8, and because of that, several Linux came into effect. Alma Linux, Rocky Linux, and so different other Linux also came into the market. So we will be choosing Alma Linux. From all the comparisons that I did before, I find Alma Linux to be more compatible and more stable. So these are the two things that we need today to set up a Linux inside Windows. And when you are going to choose Alma Linux, do remember that you need to download only the server version. There will be different versions when you go to the ISOs. Start with 9.2. Each of the Linux versions will always have an end of life. So the versions 8 end at 2029. The versions 9 end at 2032. That is specific to Alma Linux. If you go to 9.2, choose any of the servers or any of the mirror repositories closer to you. You could see that, let me choose multiple. There is something called Alma Linux Minimal. So this is only 1.7 GB. So the Minimal will not have any graphical user interface. No GUI will be present. It is only for setting up a server. So choose this Minimal and then we can start installation. I have already downloaded and installed VirtualBox, so I will directly open VirtualBox and show you the screen, how it looks. So this is my VirtualBox manager. I have been using Fedora 38 for quite some time. I have been doing some videos on this. So this is already there, and I have downloaded and kept the Alma Linux OS, the ISO file, inside my PC. So first and foremost step, this is of course this is a Windows PC. To see that, I will open up my folder here. Yeah, there you go. This is Windows 11, and the steps that we are going to do in this video will be same for all Windows, whether it is Windows 10 or Windows 11. It's going to be the same. All you need is you need a software to do your virtualization. First thing, go ahead and create new. So here you need to provide a name for the virtual machine that you are planning to create. I will give a name called Alma. Obviously, it is to show that it is for Alma Linux, and the place where your virtual machine will be created. I don't want it to be created in users, so instead I will open up other. I have a folder in, I have a drive itself called virtual machine drive, and I've been using it for virtual boxes. So let me open that up, and this is the folder where my Alma Linux will be installed. And after I do that, I need to select the ISO. I have different OS present here. I have Windows, Windows 10, Ubuntu, Mac. I will choose Alma Linux, which I have downloaded now, Alma Linux Minimal. Open up. And the moment I choose that, it already have selected that it is a type of Linux, and it is a Red Hat version as well. So the version is Red Hat and it is Linux. I will skip the unattended installation. We don't need to do that. We will do it manually by ourselves. I did multiple next. So next step, first thing, I have around 32 GB RAM in my laptop. I will assign let's say 15 GB or somewhere close to that, 15 GB RAM. And the processor, I have 12 CPUs. I will assign at least 6 CPUs. It's totally up to you, but always ensure that you give enough memory so that it will not be lagging, and give enough processors so that again it will not be lagging. And we need to create a hard disk now. Remember, this Alma Linux, whichever we have downloaded, the minimal, is only 1.7 GB. However, Alma Linux with the GUI version, with the graphical user interface version, it will come up to 9 or 9.5 GB. So it's always better we double that. So 20 GB is a reasonable space. Keep it at 20 GB, and this is going to be a virtual hard disk. And I don't need to add anything else. If we need something, we can do that later. And that's it. So we created something called Alma. The name is Alma, and then it is the OIS is also selected. The ISO file is selected from the location where I have downloaded it. Before we proceed, most important step is you need to provide network connection to it. By default, there will not be any network connection, and okay, you also need to increase the video memory, graphics memory. 128 MB. It's always any PC, whatever we have in today's date, it will always be at least 1 GB or 2 GB of graphics memory we will be having. So 128 MB is not such a big deal. Give 128 MB and go to the network. I'm not finding network here. Network is here, yes. And attached to bridged adapter and the name of my network which I am using. To understand which network you are using, go to network connection. In your Windows, view network connections. And this opens up multiple. I have 3 Ethernets and then I have 1 Wi-Fi. So the Wi-Fi is wireless. Whichever is connected to the internet currently is AC 9560. So this is what I need to select. This is the adapter that I need to select. In case in your PC, if you have internet via like Ethernet, like let's say like E2400 killer Ethernet or something, whichever is there, you need to select that. So in my case, I don't have internet via this Ethernet, 3 Ethernets. I have internet only via the wireless adapter. So I'm choosing wireless adapter. Open up advanced and promiscuous mode, allow all, and you should ensure that cable connected is selected. So these are the basic settings that you need to provide. Once you provide these settings, then internet, whichever is available in your Windows machine, will be shared with the Linux as well, with the virtual Linux, with the virtual machine as well. So once these settings are done, first step now what we need to do is we need to install our Linux. So let's go there, start. It opens up a new window. Let me maximize it a bit. It's asking me what I need to do. I need to install Alma Linux 9.2 and I'm entering it. It will take some time, at least 5 to 6 minutes. But before we proceed, it will show us a screen where we will be choosing the language, keyboard, and then we will be choosing the disk partition, root password, and everything. Until then, I will be recording this video, and once we start that, I will put it on fast forward mode. Okay, there we go. We got the UI here. So I changed the language to English. Initially it was Arabic. Since I am located in United Arab Emirates, I just changed the language to English and United States. Let me continue this. So in this step, if you see, there is only one thing pending, which is installation destination. We need to select the installation destination. So inside, when I select the installation destination, if I go down, by default, this ATA VBox hard disk is selected. In case you could see the tick sign there. In case the tick sign is not present, I just need to select this hard disk now. Now you could see that the hard disk is not selected, and because of that I'm getting an error message in the bottom which says that no disk is selected. So in case you are having this issue, all you need to do is select the hard disk and you'll be seeing a tick sign there. After the tick sign is selected, just press the done button you find in the top. Now it returns me to the previous page. When it comes to the previous page, I could see that only thing that's left pending is the root password, because the root password and root account is disabled. Just select this root account. It now asks for me a root password. Do remember, once you give a root password, remove this lock root account and allow root SSH login with password. You need to uncheck the lock root account and allow the root to log in with the SSH login with the password. So it should look something like this. Once you are done, just click done at the top here. Now we could see that we have set up the installation for the hard disk, and then we have also set up the root password. So the only thing that's left here now is to start the installation. So let me start installation. It will now start setting up your Alma Linux on VirtualBox. You need to wait for this. Maybe it will take 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but once it is done, that's it. Your installation will be completed. And there we go, installation is completed. It actually took more time than predicted. It took almost 15 plus minutes. So just reboot the system now. Now I'm going to show something. In case you are moving your mouse right when you are during installation, when you are selecting something inside the Oracle VM or VirtualBox and you are not able to move your mouse out, it's mainly because your mouse got captured. In that case, you need to press your control button. From your keyboard, press your control button and then your mouse will be released. We initiated the system reboot and we are still waiting. It's taking quite some time. So what I will do, I will just close this, power off the machine. And since we know that the installation is already completed, I will go ahead and start running the system. You could see that the optical drive is still loaded. We need to close that optical drive. It's same as in Windows. It's like you have loaded a DVD inside your window, inside your optical drive. We don't need that. So you need to just remove that first. That's the reason why it is first loading from your CD. So let me close this, power off again. Because instead of opening from the hard disk, it is opening from the IDE. So let me open up here, go to the storage. I will remove the live CD, remove disk. So now the disk is removed. So once the disk is removed, which basically in a physical computer, it's like removing the CD or the installation media from the computer. So it should now start booting from your hard disk. There we go. We have now completed initializing, and it is basically saying that Alma Linux has started and localhost is asking me to log in. I will start with the root user and the password that I have provided. Do remember that if you have used a number in your password, by default, whenever the virtual machine is initiated, the number lock will be turned off. You need to turn it on again. And I'm logging inside my Alma Linux 9.2 and we have successfully logged in. Now let me clear the screen and I will just say, who am I? My name is root. I have logged in inside root and I will just go to the root folder and just list everything, and this is working fine. I will log out here. So that's it. That is how we will install Linux server inside VirtualBox in Windows. Thank you for watching this video and we will see in another video. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Linux series. In previous video we saw how to install Linux inside Windows. In this video we will see what are the different ways of accessing Linux from within Windows. Obviously the first way is to, from your VirtualBox manager, you need to start running your virtual machine. then it will open up a terminal. Here you can directly start accessing Linux. That is one way. There are also other ways of accessing Linux terminal from different software. You might ask a question, why do I need to use a different method when VirtualBox itself is working? I'm going to quickly show a demo. I will just use DNF. You don't have to worry about what I'm typing here and why I'm typing all these things, but it's just to understand the benefit of using a different software to reach your Linux server. I'm going to list all the installed software here. Now it listed me a long list of software. Now with this terminal, in the terminal which is provided to me by VirtualBox, I'm not able to scroll up. When I try to use my mouse, it doesn't allow me to scroll up, because there are limitations with the default SSH terminal provided by either by the VirtualBox or with the PAM or whichever method that you are using. So to resolve all these issues, we will try Putty. It's a very popular and most used software. It's a free SSH and a telnet client. I have already downloaded the latest version and installed it in my PC. This will give me a terminal. Same like what VirtualBox gives me, it will give me a terminal. But that terminal has a lot of features, options, and it gives me more control over it. And second one is WinSCP. This is nothing but software with a GUI wherein you can share files from your Windows into your Linux. You can just drag and drop the files. It will be very quick and very easy to do. So I have installed both the software. I will also suggest you to go ahead and install both the software. We will quickly see how the software works. First, I will go and open Putty. Before we begin with setting up, the Putty requires the IP address or the host name of the terminal where we want to connect. I have some Linux servers running on the cloud, and I have their IP address as well. In case I want to connect to them, I will use the IP address for the cloud servers. In your case, if you are at present, for this video, we are still running inside VirtualBox. We have not yet went to the cloud yet. That cloud part will come later. So at present, let me clear the screen. I need to find the IP address of my virtual machine. There are two ways how we can do this. One way is using a command prompt called ifconfig, and this works with Ubuntu, CentOS, Fedora, and other versions of Linux. But here in Alma, it doesn't work. So I have to use other way, which is IP ADDR, IP address, obviously. If I take a look at here, there are two numbers. First one, it has some values, and second one, it has some more values. If you take a look at number 2, I have an IP address called 192.168.0.136, so which means my Linux is running at, virtual machine is running at that IP address. Let me open up command prompt and try to ping and see whether it is reaching out or not. Ping 192.168.0.136, and yes, it is working. So I have something running there, and from this screen I could see that it is nothing but my Linux. So I will go ahead. I already have a session called Alma. I will just load it, and the value is 192.168.0.136 and port is 22. Obviously for SSH the port is 22, and don't worry about port at present. We will look into what is port and how they are useful at a later stage in this series. There we go. I opened up Putty terminal. Now first thing, it looks same like a terminal it looks same like the terminal which is provided by VirtualBox. But when I press Control on my keyboard, I'm pressing and holding Control, and at the same time I'm going to press right mouse button. When I do this, I get a additional feature. If I try to directly press right mouse button, it will not work. It will try to only paste whatever I have copied before. It will not open me the properties or the context menu. So to avoid that, instead of directly pressing the right mouse button, I am going to press Control, press and hold it, and then press right mouse button. Change settings. I am going to appearance, change, and here first I will increase the size. I will take a FIDA code regular 14, apply. Now my screen is little bit Clear? I don't need to close the virtual machine. Of course, I should not close the virtual machine, or else my server will be shut down. So let me minimize it. Now I will minimize VirtualBox also. Now here we have a root. Then let me enter the password. There we go. This is one way of accessing Linux from Windows using Putty, SSH and Telnet client. Let us do some checks here. IP address, and I could obviously see that it is 192. So this is fine. Let me clear the screen, clear, and I will check who am I. I am root, and if I want more details, I'll just press W and enter, and I have connected into the Linux terminal from two different terminals. One is TTY1, which is obviously this terminal which is provided to us by VirtualBox. The second one is something else, which is the Putty. So there we go. This is one way of connecting to Linux from Windows. Now let me clear the screen, and then I will explain you why WinSCP is needed. There are multiple times or several times when you need to share some files from your Windows into your Linux virtual machine. Let me show an example. Currently, you don't have to worry about what is ls, what is cd, all those things. We will see them shortly in the next video. But all the key takeaway point from what I'm trying to do here is to understand why we need WinSCP at a later point of time. If you don't understand all these commands, don't worry about it. We will see them later. I'm going to create a directory or a folder inside this Linux. I will create a directory here, and I will call it as shared. And shared is created. Let me go inside shared, and currently there are no files. What if I want to share some files from my Windows and then take them inside Linux? For instance, from my pictures, I have some images from Nginx, and let me have some PDFs, or let's just for a namesake, I will add some text file. I will call it as 123. So I have a text file, I have some images. What if I need them all inside the shared folder? VirtualBox provides us a way of doing that. So that will be called as shared folders. All you need to do is you need to create a shared machine folder, but this is not very easy to do. The files will still be present inside your Windows, and it will just be mounted as a folder inside Linux, and at any time the connection is lost, the folders are not accessible inside Linux. So these kind of loading or mounting, this one is not required at this point of time, and it also requires guest additions to be installed. There is something called guest additions which you need to install, and both in Windows and also in Linux. For this to work, this is very difficult and critical. The main key point here is, in this video we are using VirtualBox and virtual machine, but in reality, in production environment, you will be running Linux in a different environment, in a cloud server. From your local Windows, you will be trying to copy the files there. At that point, you will not be having VirtualBox or anything else. So that's the reason why we need WinSCP to copy the files. You cannot just like that drag and drop the files into the terminal. So let me open WinSCP. Here the concept is going to be the same. I need to give a host name, which is 192.168.0.136, and let me enter the username and password. I have done it. Save, and yes, the connection is made. Now I could see that the left hand side, what I have is my local machine. The C, I have my C drive, I have my local. If I can go into my documents, and then I have my pictures here. My pictures, where is my pictures? We will get to that later, but I have everything else what I need here. And in the right hand side, I have my root. If I go into the root, I have the shared folder which I created here. I can just drag and drop some files from here to there, and then it will directly start working. For instance, let's say I have a file, Excel file. Let me drag and drop, and then I have some PPT, parents PP. This is nothing but a file for my family. Then I have some PNG file. Let's also try to add some CSV file is there. Let me open the CSV file. Okay, this is enough. I will go into Linux terminal now. I will just do a list again, and I got all my files inside. If I want to do something with those files, for instance, if I want to see what is present in the CSV, I can do cat 2016. There we go. The content of the CSV files are here now. Let me clear the screen, and that's it. So this is the reason why we need WinSCP. So I will just recap again. The reason why I'm using Putty is, I still didn't give you the reason, right? Not only about increasing the screen size. Let us do dnf list installed. And now I got so much more. Now here I can directly go and scroll up and I can see everything. Even in terminals, you can still do that with the help of, you can grep something, you can show the head and you can show the tail, but that is more work. This is very easy to process, and there are a lot of other features from Putty as well. At the end of the day, Putty is nothing but a terminal, and WinSCP is nothing but a GUI-based file transfer system. That's it. We will see in another video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to one more video on the Linux series. In this video, we will compare different cloud solution providers. We will compare AWS, Azure, Vultr, and DigitalOcean. The main idea behind this video is to find a cheap and cost-effective cloud solution so that we can use it for our demo, also for future users in case we decide to move it to production. I will also give a brief experience with some of these providers, my personal experience, and not an elaborate one, just a brief how I felt with different service providers. And without further ado, let's get started. I will open up my browser. I have chosen 4. One is Vultr, then other is DigitalOcean, then I have AWS and Azure. I have used all 4 of them for different of my clients, and I also have experience setting up with all 4 of them. I need to show you what AWS and what Azure provides. Both AWS and Azure comes with a free tier services, which means they provide free services for 12 months. It's almost like 750 hours free computation of a virtual machine. It could be either Windows or Linux. So now let's take a look at the pricing. And the same Azure also provides a similar thing like that. They provide a virtual machine, either Windows or Linux, and it's 750 hours per month, and it's for 12 months free. They have a pricing calculator. I'll open up their pricing calculator. If I go to the bottom, I should be seeing a pricing calculator. Yeah, their pricing calculator is here. AWS says that they are giving 750 hours free. Okay, let's say that we get used to AWS and then we are more comfortable with AWS. And then what happens finally after 12 months? Once you are more familiar with AWS, once you set up something, after all the free services are gone, then you have to pay for the services, right? So our goal should not be choosing something at present. What will be the money that we will be paying after the free services are completed? So because before you even think about it, the 12 months will be gone. Let's say we search for a location, Mumbai. I'm choosing it because it's closer to me. And let me get down here to select a service. You could see the bottom, how much price it will cost per month, and for 12 months, in case I'm going to reserve it for a couple of years, how much will be the upfront cost. In such cases, I need to pay all the money upfront. So I will go for EC2 because that's the free version that they are providing, and they also specify that the free version means it's only for T2 micro, T3 micro. Okay, let's go and configure EC2, and that's fine. It's again shared, and I'm choosing a Linux operating system. I don't want to go with Windows. And what will be my usage? Will there be a spike monthly, weekly? No, let's say constantly it will be there, and there will always be more traffic. And so they said we need to choose T3 or T2 micro. So let's go for T3, or let's start with T2 micro, and then any CPU. Let's see what is present. T2 micro, which gives us one CPU, 1 GB, and performance is very low to moderate, and this is what we need. So for such a service, and I'm not going to reserve, I'm going to pay only on demand 100% usage per month. So eventually this will make me pay $9 per month. Obviously it is currently free for 12 months. After 12 months I will be paying $9 per month for a service which gives me 1 GB memory and 1 CPU. Then we have a lot of other things. So it ends up at $9 per month. Let's go to this AWS. I'm sorry, we completed AWS, right? We go to Azure. Azure, we have virtual machines. Then we also chose the calculator here. So virtual machine. Oh, thanks. View. I added a virtual machine, but this virtual machine ended up as 8 GB RAM, 50 TB, blah 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 something. But what does the free version says? Free version says we should choose B1s. Okay, let's choose B1s. B1, yes, B1 is small. So basically it is 1 core, it's 1 CPU, 1 GB RAM, and 4 GB temporary storage. And let's say it runs for 730 hours a month. And I don't need Windows. No, definitely no. On Linux. And type is, let's say, Ubuntu. Let's keep it at Ubuntu because it is free. Or maybe let's keep it at CentOS. It doesn't make any difference. And I will pay as I go. I will not pay for a month. I will not reserve anything. So here we will end up paying $7.59 per month. So compared to AWS, Azure pricing is a little bit less. Now let me go ahead and check Vultr. Vultr, we don't need to do all these calculators, blah 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 kind of thing. It's very straightforward. I will directly go ahead and deploy a server. I have already logged in with my account. If you would notice, for Azure I have not logged in, and same for Azure and AWS I have not logged in. It's been quite some time I used their products. We have so many, like we have cloud compute, we have bare metal, blah blah blah. So we will go with cloud compute. And I don't want high performance, I just need regular performance. And a location, in this case Mumbai is closer to me. And I don't need Debian, I will go with Alma Linux 9. And I don't need 55 GB, I will go with this. So it says I have 25 GB SSD, 1 CPU, 1 TB bandwidth, and 1 GB memory. It's almost the CPU and memory. It's almost the same as what AWS or Azure provides, but it has 25 GB SSD storage space. Eventually, I will be paying $6 because it includes 5% tax. I think the Azure calculator does not include the tax at present, so maybe if we add tax into account, it will come up to 8 or 9, and this one will definitely go up to 10 or 11. Finally, we will go to create a droplet. So here it is called as droplet. AWS it is called as EZ2, and okay, Azure is straightforward. They just call it as virtual machine, no fancy names. And Vultr call them as cloud compute. Microsoft is the only company who comes up with straightforward name, just virtual machines. That's it. Droplets is nothing but the same instance. So I will choose Bangalore in this case, and image, let's stay with Alma Linux, and it's just a basic CPU, regular performance. Okay, there is a $4 per month option, but we are only comparing 1 CPU, 1 GB, right? So in this case, both Vultr and Azure gives me the same. In fact, Vultr gives me $6 per month after adding the tax. So before adding tax, it was just $5 per month. But DigitalOcean comes with $6 per month, that too before adding the tax. So we have it like this. Vultr, which gives me all four, gives me the same kind of service. With Vultr is much better, giving me 25 GB SSD storage space is much more at a lesser price. The second lesser price is for DigitalOcean. The third will be for Azure, which gives me the service at $7 per month, almost $9. So the problem here is I have earlier experience with AWS. The pay by, I will show something else. I will go to the savings plan. If I go to the savings plan for 1 year, no upfront, then I will be paying very less money. But I have to reserve it for 1 year, which means that I cannot stop using the service in between. I need to use the service till the end of the year. In case I fail to use it, I have to pay some money. They will deduct the money. I have earlier experience using AWS. I ended up paying a lot of money. The reason is most of the services from AWS and Azure are on-demand based. For instance, if there are more data transfer, if there are more usage of certain service, it will over time increase the bill. There is no guarantee that your bill will remain the same this month and next month. At one point, what I set up as $9 or $10, I ended up paying almost double the price, $20, $25. And over time it kept on increasing. So I decided that I will go with something which I can control, and thus I stopped using Azure and AWS. But I'm not saying that they are not good. There are a few cases where I still use Azure. For instance, for all my block storage, I do not go with other services. I still go with Azure for my block storages, and I also use Google Console, G-Cloud for some of the services. But for each of the services, we need to do a small experiment and then go ahead with finalizing. The same for Azure as well. So in this case, in this video, I will go ahead, in the series, I will go ahead with either Droplet or Vultr. For my production applications, for my clients, I always suggest them, advocate them to use any of the two. And for my personal websites and work, I use Vultr. So for this video as well, I will go ahead with Vultr, which I find very easy to use. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to one more video on the Linux series. In this video, we will focus on setting up a Linux server on the cloud. We have already decided what we are going to use, which is Vultr. In a previous video, we made a comparison between different cloud service providers and we finalized on it. In case you missed it, please watch the video and let's go ahead. I'm at Vultr homepage now and I already logged into my account. Since we have already decided what we are going to choose, which is the first one, 1 GB memory, 1 TB bandwidth and 5 GB per month, I will go to my account and I will directly start with deploying the server. I'm at instances and cloud compute, regular performance, Mumbai, whichever is closer to your location. Then obviously Alma Linux, we are looking at Alma Linux now, $5 per month, and I don't want a backup. Well, let's say let it be available there. And yes, enable IPv6 for me. Let us not do anything at present. And we don't need SSH key. We will directly use a password, username, password to connect. And do we need to name it? Yes, let's say mouse events. And let's straight away go ahead and deploy it. And now this is 1 TB regular compute, Alma Linux. It's in Mumbai and it started installing already. There we go. It got set up in less than 5 minutes. Before you go ahead and set up your cloud server, you need to do something first. You need to set up your billing. You need to add your credit card details, or maybe you can deposit the money so that you don't need to add your credit card details. There are different ways. You can wire transfer the money, or you can deposit some money using PayPal, or even directly from a credit card you can deposit some money. What I did in this instance, I have already added my credit card long time back, and so that it directly started setting up it. And there we go, our cloud instance is set up in less than 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes, less than that. There we go. The IP address is provided, and the IPv6 address is also there, but this is not something that we need. All we need is only the root and then the password, so that we can directly connect to it through our Putty. We have already seen in one of our previous videos how to connect to a remote Linux server, whether it is running in a virtual machine or outside, through Putty. So we will use this IP address and then the root and password. We also have the option to start using it directly from the console here. So let's see the console. You can stop, restart server, you can do whatever you want. I will go ahead and view the console, and this is same like our virtual box. Right away went into it. It didn't even take much time like how our virtual machine was taking. It was quick. I will go first to the details to find the password, or I will just copy the password. I will not even see the password. Then let me connect to root with the password here and press enter. Login incorrect. Clipboard. Okay, so basically I can paste something here in the clipboard and then it should paste. Anyhow, going to change the password, right? Let me go here, show the password. This is the password, copy password, and come here, paste it and paste. So login is successful. That's it. There you go. So let me go to Putty and directly try to connect it. I will create a new one with this IP address. Fine. I will add a session. I will call it as mouse events demo. Save and open this up. Yes, it's asking me to connect. Let me right click and select change settings. Appearance, FIRA code regular 14. So it's bigger. Cool. Username root and password. There we go. We copied it and right click, enter. Okay, there we go. So now we have logged into the root account in our cloud Linux server. That's fantastic and wonderful. And now what I'm going to do, first and foremost thing, I'm going to change the password. Now I'm going to use some commands which we will be learning at a later point in the Linux series, so don't get confused here in case you do not understand. For changing a password for which user? So obviously the user is root. So new password is asked. It's asked. I'm giving a new password. Password is failed because it is based on a dictionary. Well, then I will go with something different. After so many tries, I have exhausted the password. Let me try again. Password root. Fine. So tokens are updated. Let me clear the screen. Now if I go here, this password no longer works. Shall we try this password now? Let me log out. Let me copy the password. Cool. Login as root. Right click. Password is pasted. Enter. And it should fail. Perfect. It failed. So now I will enter the password that I have created and it works. There we go. So this is, my friends, how we connect how we set up a cloud Linux server. It was very easy and straightforward. Even to set up a Linux server in your local machine, it is much work. You need to download the ISO, you need to download the virtual machine, you need to install, set up, choose, select everything, but here it is fairly straightforward. Then we will see in another video. Thank you. Welcome back to one more video on the Linux series. In this video we are going to talk about package managers in Linux. Package managers are nothing but software application that will help the users to search, download, install or remove applications. So basically they themselves are an application which will help you to install other applications in your Linux system. They also help you to upgrade your OS as well. It can be either a command line or graphical interface. It depends upon what kind of OS you are running. There are so many different package managers which are relevant only to specific OS. For instance, Red Hat based ones has Yum, and Ubuntu Debian based ones have apt, and Arch Linux has Pacman, and I don't know about the other ones. So these are the popular ones. And this Linux series we are looking at Alma Linux. It's a Red Hat based one, so obviously we need to look at Yum. What is the full form of Yum? Yum stands for Yellow Dog Updater Modified. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but there is a small history behind it. There was a Linux which is now defunct, called as Yellow Dog Linux. It was used for a long time, and it had an updater. It had a package manager in itself, which is called as Yup. And now this modified version of this one is used in Red Hat Linux, and thus the name Yum. And then we have another popular one, an advanced version of Yum, which is DNF. And the full form of this is Dandified Yum. I know it doesn't make any sense. It sounds like someone did not finish their job, then they decided to use this one. But anyhow, the name is Dandified Yum. It's an updated version of Yum. So we will be looking at Yum and DNF in this video. Let's go ahead. Since my virtual machine is already running, let me open it up. We are looking at DNF. Before we start using DNF or Yum for that instance, first and foremost thing that needs to be done is we need to ensure that our system, that is the OS, the Linux OS itself, is up to date. All the patches are installed and updated. The command line for checking the update is DNF or Yum followed by check update. Likewise, after you check update, this one is only going to check the update. It will not install the update for you. You can go ahead with update. So you can check update, which will only tell you what needs to be updated, and then you can directly update also. So these are the two things first we will look into. Let me try to type DNF check update. So there are a lot of things that needs to be installed. It says that from the base OS, so many versions. For instance, here for OpenSSH, OpenSSL, Python 3, so many things has to be installed. So these contains the update available. Now to update them everything, we can give DNF update. That's it. It will update everything. In case you want to update only a specific package, for instance, you have curl, you want to update only curl, I will go with DNF update curl. Anything that is before the dot. Just pay attention here. It is present previously. Now I am going to give DNF update curl. So it says that to update curl, it will also need live curl to be installed. So it's a total of 580 KB. I am giving Y, enter, and there we go. Let's again run. Let me clear the system and again run DNF check update. This time it should not show me curl. It doesn't show me curl anymore because curl I have chosen to update manually. So specifically I gave the curl. But instead, if I don't want to choose one by one, I want to update everything, I can give DNF update, and that's it. It should tell me the total file size that it will take. It will take 468 MB. I have very good internet connectivity today. It should not take more time. Actually, it took more time than expected. It took close to 35 minutes. So Maybe this is the first time we are upgrading in the local virtual machine. Maybe that could be the reason, but it's quite long time. Let us again check the update. DNF check update. It should tell me there is nothing to update. So basically everything else is installed and everything else is updated, and that's it. So we will be typing DNF list followed by some options. For instance, if you need to list all the installed dependencies or applications, we will just say DNF list installed and DNF list auto remove. So basically this is just to list followed by whatever option that we give. Let me clear the screen and I will give DNF list. The option is installed. So this should give me all the installed list. Let me clear this also. Basically Linux contains packages which comes from the OS itself and also packages which we have installed. So there are two packages present. One is the installed one, the other is the available one. Currently we saw list installed, so all the packages that are installed from a repository. Now we will see how to find the packages which are already available. So for that we will use list available. So I can say list available. So there are so many. These are all the packages that are available which comes with the OS itself. So we did not install them, but these are all already available for us to be used. And let me clear this also. So we saw DNF list, DNF available. So basically available and installed. Now we can also see out of all these ones, what are the recent packages that got changed. DNF list recent. So recent also is quite limited. So recently added packages. Now we have one more thing which is auto remove. There is an option, there is a command in DNF called as DNF auto remove, which will remove all the unused packages and dependencies. But before you remove them, you can check what are the packages that will be removed in case you decide to use this command. Now let's check. There is nothing. So which means if I use DNF auto remove, nothing will be removed because no dependency is there which is not used anymore and which can be removed. So nothing is like. We saw list. Similarly, there is one more item called as repo list. It will give us the list of all the repository links that we have added here. Let's try DNF repo list. So that's only 3 repo lists. One is AppStream, Base OS, and Extra. So these 3 are always checked to ensure any new packages or dependencies are available or not. In case you are going to search for some package, it will go to all the 3 repositories and then check whether some packages available inside this repository or not. Now we are going to look at how we can search for a package in the repositories, how we can install them and remove them. The commands are very straightforward. Search, you need to use the keyword search, DNF search a package name. In case you want to install that, you need to do DNF install. Sometimes you would have installed something and it is not working correctly, so you can go ahead with removing and then install, or you can just say reinstall the same package. And for removing, it is directly remove. So search, install, remove. These are the frequently used commands along with DNF. Let me search for something. We will start in MySQL. DNF search MySQL. When I give search, what it will do, it will go to the available repositories and then it will search for MySQL. So there it is. So MySQL is present. MySQL.86 is there. So as I said before, anything before dot should be considered as a package name. Now let us search for something else. Let us search for .NET, and we have .NET SDK, .NET packages and everything. What if we need to search for Apache? Because Apache does not, the package name is not Apache. So let me search for Apache and I got so many results. Apache is Apache HTTP server is HTTPD. So in case I need to refine my search, dnf search Apache server. Now let me clear and run that again. This gives me HTTPD, which is Apache HTTP server. The remaining everything is some kind of an additional extras for HTTPD server. So in case I want to install Apache server, I will just install HTTPD. dnf install HTTPD. It tells me that to install HTTPD, it will take 2 MB, and after installation it will be 6 MB, and there are a lot of dependencies that I need to install as well. Do I need to proceed? Yes. And this should be fast. And if you could see, this is present in the repository AppStream directly. Let me go back once the installation is complete. When I searched for this HTTPD, it tells me that the HTTPD is present in the AppStream repository, whereas one of the dependency mailcap is present in the base OS repository. So that's how the repositories work. Currently, as we have seen before, we have 3 repositories in this OS at present. In case there are some private repositories list that you have, all you need to do is just add those repositories, and whenever you search for a package, everything will be searched within those repositories. So let's clear. And let me try dnf list installed. It should now show me HTTPD. There we go. HTTPD is here, and it is installed now. Okay, that's how we install. In case you need to reinstall, you need to type reinstall HTTPD. It tells me that we can reinstall HTTPD, but the download size is only 47 KB because it already downloaded the dependencies. It's only reinstalling the main package, which is the HTTPD. That's fine. That is how you reinstall in case something doesn't work or you want to remove all the configurations and reinstall. That's how you do it. And remove it. dnf remove HTTPD. So when I remove this HTTPD, it will remove all the dependencies as well, because those dependencies are not used anywhere else. So let me give yes, and it should remove HTTPD from my package list. Let's clear the screen. dnf list installed. Now we should not see HTTPD. So we have D, E, F, G, H, I, H, right? H, we don't have HTTPD anymore. Now, so far we saw with DNF, right? The dandified yum, the latest version. We can try the same with yum as well. It works like that. Yum repo list, yum search MariaDB. It's all the same. We saw how this works in our local virtual machine. Let me try to open another Putty and connect with the cloud server and see how it works. Okay, so DNF check update. Wow, even in our cloud server we have some packages to be installed. Let us DNF install. Sorry, it's not installed. DNF update. It's 200 MB. Why? Now these downloads should be very fast. You see, 35 MB, it's not like what happened in my local PC, because in my local PC it took up to 30 to 40 minutes to install everything, but there it is very fast. Even you could see that total speed is for some of the items the speed is 17 MB and 20 MB per second. The reason is this is running in the cloud. This is not running in my local machine. This is not making use of my internet. Basically I am giving the instructions, and the cloud server is utilizing the internet made available to the server in whichever internet the server is running. I'm just accessing the virtual machine and letting it know that I need these things to be installed. The installation was quite fast. Let me clear the screen, and then we will check DNF check update. Now it should not have any update. Well, let me clear again. and we will check, we will mix with yum repo list. Let's see what are the list that is being used, the same like that. And not only this, they have one more, because in my local machine I have only 3. They have a repo called app repo, and the repo ID and name is app repo. I believe they have already downloaded, like when I say they, the Vultr virtual machine, the cloud service provider might have already downloaded all these packages and set up somewhere, and they have added this app repo repository list. That could also be the reason why everything is very fast. It's not going externally. Maybe it is checking the files in their local server itself. And let's try to install MariaDB here. Yum search MariaDB, and yum MariaDB. There are 2 things that you need to install. You need to install MariaDB, and then you will need to install MariaDB server as well. I will go with yum install. Before we install, let us check whether it is available or not. Yum list installed, and if I go check MNOP, and yum does not have MariaDB. That's it. So let me clear the screen and type dnf install MariaDB server. It says 19 MB, yes, and that's it. So we have installed MariaDB. Okay, so we install MariaDB, clear, and I will check MariaDB version. So MariaDB is installed, and yum list installed. It should now show me yum for Maria, and MariaDB is there, and MariaDB server is there. So that's how we use yum or dnf command to manage the packages and manage the patches for your Linux OS. Thank you. Hello there, welcome back to another video on the Linux series. This video we will be looking at setting up and configuring a web server in Linux. Speaking of web server, there are so many applications out there, but the most popular and most widely used ones are 2, NginX and Apache. In this video, we will look at setting up both in Linux. I have connected to the virtual machine running in my local host via Putty. We'll directly go ahead and start searching for Nginx. In case you do not follow this process, please take a look at some of the previous videos where we explain how to install software, search and install them. I'll start now. dnf search for Nginx, and there we go. Nginx server is here. Before that, let's just take a quick look if it is already installed or not. dnf list installed. Nginx is not installed yet. Apache is also not installed. So dnf search Apache web server. dnf search Apache. So Apache server is HTTPD, and Nginx server is just Nginx. So dnf install Nginx. I will do the same for Apache as well. dnf install HTTPD. And now there is no need for setting up both in same Linux virtual machine or same Linux machine. The reason why I'm doing this in this video is to show you that it is possible at the same time to have both the web servers. It is more than enough to have just one. If you are going to choose Nginx, you can go with Nginx. If you are going to choose Apache, just stick with Apache. You don't have to install both, and it is not necessary. And done. So before we proceed further, I would like to explain about piping in Linux. What is piping? Let us assume that we have two processes, process A and process B. And let's consider that process A gives me an output and the process B needs an input from this process A. If it is in case of programming, it is quite simple. I will be writing two functions, and one function will be for process A and one is for process B, and this output I will be sending over there. That's very quite easy and simple. But in case of bash scripting or writing in the command line terminal directly, how do we do that? There are more than one ways how to achieve this. We can directly set up an local environment variable and store the values in one place, and then I can reuse the variable, but this is an overkill for a very simple process. That's why we have piping in Linux. What piping does is quite amazing and simple. It's just kind of a symbol that we need to give, which will take the output from one process and send it to another process. That's the only thing that piping does. It can connect any two different command line processes to transfer the data from one place to another. We will directly look at how it works in action. Let me list everything. DNF list install. Now I got a lot of list and lot of values, right? Now if I need to search, now this is Putty, so I will be using my mouse to scroll up. What do you do in case of a normal Linux terminal? It is not possible. So obviously you will be using less command. So what less command does is it will show the results of whatever you are receiving page by page. Let's see, but you need some kind of an input to the less. For instance, DNF list installed, I'm giving the input with the pipe symbol. Just focus here, the pipe symbol, which is nothing but a vertical line, and then I give less. The command less, what it does is it shows the results page by page. So it shows me some page and says that these are all available in first page, and then the moment I press enter or down arrow key, it just goes down. It gives the same function as something like scrolling the mouse. In case of Putty, I can directly scroll, but in case of terminal bashes that you generally use, you will not have that option. Now this might not look like something amazing, so we will see another example, which will be for Grep. What does Grep does? Grep is kind of like a pattern. Now I will open up my Windows. In case you already have been using Windows, you should know this. Now I have downloaded some images here and I have downloaded something. What do we usually do in Windows? We need to search. Like if there are so much download, what do? We just go here to search and then let's say Nginx star and enter. It should give me all the results with Nginx. So the pattern that you are entering here, that is similar to Grep in Linux. So how does it work? You need to have some results first, and then you will be doing a Grep with a pattern. So there are two processes here. Process A is something that will be giving me a whole list. Process B is Grep, which will be applying a pattern to the previously received results. Now to see that in action, DNF list installed, so it will give me obviously whatever results I received before, and then I'm giving the pipe symbol, and then I say Grep show me only Nginx. So the pattern is Nginx, Grep is the command, so it gives me all the results with Nginx. So Nginx is installed. Now I will do list installed, show me Apache. So nothing by the name Apache is installed, obviously, because Apache is the description. The application itself is HTTPD. So HTTPD is installed. So Nginx and HTTPD both are installed, and then we checked it with the grep command and then piping. That's it. Let us quickly understand how a web server works. Let us take an example of our OneDrive or Google Drive or anything for that instance. What does it do? We are storing our files in those locations, and if I am in my office, I will be accessing Google Drive to take the file, and if I am at my home, I will again access Google Drive to take the files from there. But what is Google Drive? It's nothing but a server located at a different location, maybe in Google's data center somewhere else. That is basically a place where I'm storing my data and accessing from anywhere across the world. That's nothing but kind of like a file server or file sharing service. Now web server is no different than this, but what makes it differentiate from a file server is that the way how we access the data. So web server is nothing but a computer running in a different location. In our case, in our example here, we are running the web server inside our local virtual machine. We also have one more example where we have set this up in a cloud Linux server in Vultr. So web server is nothing but a computer which contains some data, like it contains some files, folders or something. And from a different location, we need to access the data. How do we access the data? We usually give www.test.com or example.com, and then the server receives the information, and based upon the request, in case I'm looking at home page, it will return me the home file. In case I'm trying to download something, it will return me the file and I will be downloading. So basically it's accepting a request from an external source and returning a result. It's not necessary that a web server should have only one site hosted on it. It could even have multiple sites hosted on it. So how does a web server identify or differentiates the request is coming for a particular website? So there are two main ways of differentiating a request. One is through port and other is through the domain itself. So I am setting up a web server, and whenever a request comes for test1.com, I know that okay, the request is for this site, and then I will share or send the files from a folder which is specifically made available for the test1.com. If the request comes like www.test2.com, then I will go to the folder called test2.com and or any other folder which is associated with the test2.com domain, and then I will be sharing the files. So this is one of the way how I differentiate based upon the domain name. The other way is through the port. I am not receiving a domain name, like let's say everything is hosted in my local host. Then how do I differentiate? So the request comes to my web server, but it is asking me to look into the port 5000. Then I will associate the port 5000 with a specific website. I will associate port 5002 with a specific website. So there are two ways how we can differentiate the incoming request, based upon port and based upon domain. There are usually default values available. For domain, there is no default value. Whichever you specify will be the domain name. But for port, we have 80 and 443. So 80 is for HTTP and 443 is for HTTPS when it is coming with an SSL certificate request. And for domain, there is no specific defaults. We need to set it up. Like an example, it's test1 and test2.com. We understood how a web server works. There should be a question: if both Apache and HTTP are running in same machine, and if I also said that the default listening port is 80, then how does the system differentiate to which server the request should be forwarded to? It's very simple. Linux will not allow two software to be listening at same port. For instance, if you first set up and enable HTTPD Apache, then Nginx cannot listen at 80. If you start Nginx, then Apache cannot listen at 80. So it will throw you an exception when you try to run the server or start a server. So it will say that, hey, already at this address something else is listening. So there is a way how we can resolve this. So like I said, listening should be at a different port, right? So default port will be 80. The default configuration will start at 80. You need to change the port value to a different one, and that's how you will set up two different web servers in a same machine now. To properly manage and handle a server, any web admin should be knowing three things: how to start and stop a server, how we should be knowing the status of the server and all those things. That is the first thing. And second one is how we should be enabling the firewall, and how we should be opening up a port, how we should be closing a port, and those things. And finally, we also need to understand how the sockets are listening, like all the network ports, which is open and which is listening, which process is listening at which port. So those information are needed. So basically there are three important tasks that any web admin or system admin should know To achieve these three tasks, there are three commands in Linux. First one is system control. System control, as the name suggests, it gives you the control over your system. Here you will be enabling the services, starting services, restarting services, and not just that, it will also give you the option or like control over handling all the system related administration for the processes. And the second one, as I said before, even though you control the system, run the server and everything, the firewall will be there blocking the ports, and obviously you need to open the ports, and for that you need firewall command. You need to know how to use firewall command. And finally, even though you open the firewall command, you open the ports using firewall, you should also be looking at the statistics of the port, like which port is associated with which service and all those information. To do that, there are two command prompts. It differs from OS to OS. Since we are looking at Linux, Alma Linux, we have SS, which is nothing but socket statistics, or in case of CentOS or other versions, will be have netstat, which is nothing but network statistics. So if you master these three commands, you can be a very good web admin now. Let us first look at the socket statistics. Since this is Alma Linux, it doesn't have network statistics. If I try netstat, it will not work. So socket statistics. Socket statistics, when I give directly, it will give me all the socket information. I don't need this, that's too much. Socket statistics, I am putting an hyphen, and then I will say A for all. So again, this is same as normal, so I don't need this. So socket statistics show me only listening, so L. First option is show me only the listening ports or sockets. So again, this is more, there are too much, right? So and then if you see, there are like UDP, there are like TCP, blah blah blah. So I need to know listening ports, but only for T for TCP, U for UDP. It could be anyway, like you can start with UDP, TCP, or even you can start with TCP, UDP, L. So options, you can just, there is no specific order in which your option should be present. What I'm saying is, show me the socket statistics for TCP, UDP, and which is only listening, and that is clear. Now if I could take a look, there is SSH is listening at something. What is SSH? The port value is not present. And DHCP, which is client, is listening at something, the port is not available, and process information is not available. In case I need to see the process, I need to just add P. It will tell me which process is listening. For instance, here for the SSHD is listening. This one SSHD is listening. But what exactly is the port number? It is not resolved. To resolve that, I have a value called N. If I give N, instead of the name, number will be resolved, N. So now I could see 22, SSG is listening at 22, and a network manager is listening at 546 something, and a 323 ChronoD is listening. So this is how I check which process is listening at which port. Now next step, we need to know if Apache is running or not. System control status of Apache. So Apache is there present, but it is disabled and inactive. System control status Nginx. Nginx is also present, but it is disabled, not started. So again, the command is system control enable Nginx. Just because you enable something doesn't mean that it is started. You could see that it is enabled, but it is inactive. So system control start Nginx. Now if I check the status, Nginx is enabled, started, and current step is active and running. Let me clear the screen. Now we will go to socket statistics. Show me the listening TCP UDP process with the numeric number of the port. If I go here, you could see now Nginx started listening at port 80. So which means at port 80, Nginx is listening. So this is cool. Nginx is listening at port 80. Now what I will do, obviously, I will open up from an external computer. Since it is running, right? It is running in my virtual machine. Now I am going to connect to my machine from an external computer. So what is the IP address here? IP address is 192.168.0.136. Let me open up my command prompt. Ping 192.168. What is it? 0.136. So I'm able to reach the server. Okay, I'm able to reach the server, which means the server is there. It's doing something. It's okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to reach the server from my browser. So using the HTTP protocol, I'm going to reach 192.168.0.136. And now you could see that it is loading, and obviously it is not connected, and that's why it's taking too much time. Anyhow, it will fail shortly. It will say that it's not reachable or something. You should know the difference between pinging a server and trying to connect a server through a specific port. When I'm pinging the server, all it does is whether the server is up and running or not. That's it. It doesn't care whether we are able to connect to the server. But here what we are doing, if we press here in the browser, we are trying to read a data from a server through 80 port. How do I know that it is 80 port? Because I am using a browser, so obviously it is a HTTP protocol. Since using an HTTP protocol, when I try to reach a server, the default domain, what do you call it? The default port is 80. Let me clear the screen for a second. Now let me first list the locations. In case you don't know about different folders used here, dev is for devices, boot is for booting. So dev will contain all the information about the different drives, the different logical volumes, volume groups, and other information, which we are not going to look at now, maybe at a later point in the series. Etc. will contain all your configurations. All configurations are present in etc. And a specific here the specific applications Nginx, and then we are looking at HTTPD here. So first we have started with Nginx, so let me open Nginx and inside, like, clear the screen. In Nginx I have configuration, and then I have Nginx configuration, conf.d, and different other applications are present here, different other folders. Let me take a look at what the configuration says. To open or read a file, we have cat, and to edit a file, we have vi. Usually Linux has vim or vi. In my case, in the PC, I don't have vim. In case I try to type vim, it is not present, but if I type v, I have v present. So what I will do, cat nginx.conf. I'm just reading what is present here. If I go inside from this point, whatever starts with hash is commented out, so it doesn't carry any value, it's only for information. So the user is Nginx, and there is some information about log, where the error logs are stored, and the process ID is Nginx.process ID, and what are the events, and here the HTTP information is present, like how the log will be formatting, an access log. Access log is nothing but whoever or whenever an access is tried to be, like whenever someone tries to access Nginx, all information is stored in the success log. That's cool. And then we have default values, include values, and server is listening at 80. Like I said, default value for listening HTTP request is at 80, and HTTPS request is at 443. Here anyhow the TLS enabled server, everything is commented out. So all we need to know is that it is listening at 80, and 80 port is also, we already know that from here. LTUPN, we know that Nginx is listening at 80. So the only thing that remains is to open this port up. How do I open the port? Like I said before, firewall command. So in case you don't know how firewall command works, all you need to do is just give help, and it will tell you everything, all the commands which are available in the firewall. But we are not worried about all the commands. So firewall command, give me the help, and with the result which comes, I'm piping in and say show me everything whatever it says port. So there are different options. like to list port, I have list ports, whichever is opened. And add port, there is the option to add a port. I need to give port ID / protocol. Protocol is whether it is TCP or UDP or something like that. And to remove a port, this is the option, whether whenever a port is opened by a firewall, how do I remove it? So these are all these are the three things that I need to list to port and see what is added, to add a port or remove port. So firewall command -- list ports. No port is open data. Firewall command add port 80 port, which is in TCP. Now again, if I list ports, 80 TCP is open. So now we know that 80 port is open. I will directly go to my browser and refresh the screen. There we go. So the website which is running at Nginx, now I'm able to reach from port 80. That's cool. Now we will need to do the same for Apache as well, right? So let me go back and let's open HTTPD ls, and here the conf is, there is something called conf. So let's open up conf and again list it. We have httpd.conf. Let me open the file, just read the file. I could see that this file is having so much information from here, and many of them are commented out. The root is httpd and it is listening at 80. We already have Nginx listening at 80, and the username is Apache and group is Apache, and directory is here, and default root directory is HTML. So all information is present. So let us try to do the same as we did for Nginx. SystemCtl enable HTTPD, SystemCtl start HTTPD. Now what happened? It cannot start HTTPD. It had returned an error. So let us try to see the status. SystemCtl status of HTTPD. It is failed. Why it failed? We need to see the error. You could see that we already know the reason, because Nginx is already listening at 80, and that is the reason why it failed. But we just need to also see what's the error. Here it says could not bind to, the address is already in use. The 80 address is already in use. There is one more option to look at the error, JournalCtl, which will give me the, whenever I try to check the specific service, it will give me the errors for that service. Let's try. So, same like SystemCtl, JournalCtl XCU. What is XCU? So JournalCtl, first let's give H for help. It tells me that U is for unit, so it will give me which unit is trying to access, or the information related to that. And E, I believe X is for no host name, so it will give, suppresses the information which is not needed. And E is for pager, and it will immediately in the list, it will immediately jump to the end, because JournalCtl will give me like maybe like our last 100 days of information, and then it will start from the first page. It will be a long way to go down to the end. That's why we, in case we want to look at only the last value, we give the E. So let me clear the screen and just say JournalCtl show me everything. Just give JournalCtl. You see, there are so many lines. It starts from July 23. If I go down, it's going down, and it's too much information is there. And let me clear it up. I don't need to see all this. That's why I'm saying XEU, E for unit, and E for end of page, and U for unit. What is the unit? httpd.service is the unit. So httpd information, I got the status here. It says that failed to start. A start job has failed because of some information, and I'm not looking at the information here. Okay, it's already the same information which is maintained before. It could not bind to the service. Likewise, I can also look at, let me press Ctrl C and clear, JournalCtl end of page and unit is nginx.service. Show me everything for nginx. Nginx, everything is cool. We started the nginx today at 4 a.m. Sorry, 4:21 a.m. It's almost 4:30 now. Just 10 minutes back we started this service. Clear. So as we already know that HTTPD cannot be started because it should be listening at a different port. What we need to do is we need to edit this file. For editing, as I said, you can use Vim. Since I do not have Vim installed in this Linux, I am going to start with v httpd.conf, or you can go with any text editor you want. You can go with Nano, Vim, V, whatever you want. Now here, let me go down to the location where it is listening at 80. Now here this is in general mode. I need to press I for insert mode, and I will listen at 80. Now I will press escape. So now I came out from the insert mode, and I'm now currently in the command mode. I'm going to go colon write and quit WQ. So that's it. Now I changed the information. Let us check httpd.conf. Now if I go up and see, it should be listening at 80. Listen at 80. Cool. So let's try SystemCtl start httpd SystemCtl enable httpd SystemCtl status of httpd. HTTPD is enabled and it is running and it is listening at port 80. Cool. So now we have both working. Let me go to the browser and I will give 80. It should not work because we still did not open the port. Firewall-Cmd list ports 80 is there, so Firewall-Cmd add ports 80 and TCP. Now if I list again, 80 and 80 both are open. So if I try to open at 80, you are seeing the test page, but just look at the symbol here. It is powered by Apache. If I give 80, it is powered by Nginx. How come same page is being served by Nginx and also by Apache? To understand that, let us go to the default location now, ls, because Nginx will have a default directory and Apache server will be having a default directory where to look at the HTML files. In case of failure, both will come to where www HTML. This folder is empty, and this is the folder, default folder where HTML where www HTML is the default folder where Apache will try to look. For Nginx, we will go into Nginx first, cd / etc Nginx cat Nginx.Conf. You could see here the default location where Nginx will search for a file is in user share Nginx. It's present here. The default location is user share Nginx HTML. Let's go to that location and clear the screen. cd user cd share cd Nginx cd HTML. So this is the default HTML file which is served by Nginx. So let me try to open the file cat index.html. So it has so much information. What we will do, we'll open it up, and in the Alma Linux test page, I'm just going to change Alma Linux test page hyphen. I'm going to just add a value just to see whether our change is working or not. V index.html, and what do we need? We don't need to change the header, and I'm going down to the body. where it says Alma Linux test page. I'm going to add. Now I'm in command mode, so I'm pressing I, moving into insert mode. You could see at the bottom here, hyphen mouse events test. Now I am pressing escape, coming out from insert mode into command mode, colon WQ, write and quit, sorry, colon WQ, write and quit. And I have already edited it. I don't need to reload or restart anything. Let it be as is. Now let's go here and refresh the page. The page is updated. So which means that our Nginx default location file is working, and when we modify something, it is reachable. Now for a Apache server, since it doesn't have any file in its default folder, it is falling back to the default server's index location. Obviously, we are trying to reach 8080, and 8080 there is no folder or file present in the default directory that we have provided. So it's obviously rerouting it to the default server location, which is at 80 port. Now to solve that issue, I will go into where www HTML, which is the default location where my Apache is looking at. I don't have a file, so I'm going to create a file. To create a file inside empty file, there is a command called touch index.html will create a empty file. And now let me properly edit index.html. So the file is there, insert mode I. Let me say I'm not going to give header or footer. I will just write some value there. Hello there, this is a test page for Apache. Now escape. I am in command mode, colon write and quit, and that's it. Let's go here. Now if I try to check at 8080, hello there, this is a test page for Apache. You should understand one thing. The server is running at a different IP address and I am reaching it from my browser. The same case will happen for our cloud server as well. For a cloud server to work like this, all you need to do is you need to give the cloud server IP address. In case you have a domain name, you will be associating this IP address in the DNS of the DNS records of your domain in the domain provider. In case you are going with GoDaddy, you will be providing that information, but that we will see that in a different video. But currently this is how we set up and configure Nginx and Apache in same machine, and how we can listen at different ports. Now this is clear. Let's check the statistics once. Socket statistics, listening port, UDP, TCP, UDP, listening, and process name, and numeric values. I could see Nginx is listening at 80 and HTTPD is listening at 8080. And we have opened 80 and 8080 port through the firewall, and our system control is already enabled both Nginx and also HTTPD. In case you want to stop a server, let's say system control stop Nginx, and then you try to access it, it will not work because the server is stopped. Now let's stop system control stop HTTPD. Then this page will not work because the server is stopped. If you start the server, system control start HTTPD, it immediately took the effect. Let me show the screen like this and keep it here. I will say system control start Nginx. I started Nginx, coming here, refresh the page, and it is working. There we go. So this is how you install, set up, and configure default web server using Nginx and Apache in your Linux machine. You can either choose one, either Nginx or HTTPD. It depends on you. Hello there. In previous session, we saw how to install and configure a web server. We used an example for both the Nginx and Apache server on a same Linux server. And then we tried to change the port for Apache, and then we reached out from local machine as well. Now what you are seeing on screen is my Putty terminal, which is connected to my Linux machine running in a remote cloud server. So what you are seeing is a cloud server, and I will open up my browser, and I have given the IP address, which is not my IP address. It is the IP address of the the Linux which is running in the cloud, and I'm able to reach it as well. So I followed the same steps as we did in the previous session for our local virtual machine. Now what we are going to do in this video, we are going to see how to host multiple websites in same Linux server. To do that, we need to use a process called reverse proxy. In previous session, we also saw that there are two ways how an incoming request will be differentiated. One is through the port and the other is through the domain name itself. First, we will initially start with the port, then we will go ahead with the domain name. So to understand how to change the port, first let us go into the configuration file for Nginx. In this video, I am going to show the example only for Nginx. Maybe at a later stage, we will do one more video for Apache. So I am focusing on Nginx in this video. Let me open the folder where the configurations are present. As I said before, it is in etc. and cd Nginx, and the default Nginx configuration is Nginx.Conf. So let us open Nginx.Conf and read what is present there. So whatever is with hash, it is commented out. We don't need to worry about that. What we are trying to understand here is Nginx web server is opening up a configuration file called .conf, and through this .configuration file we should also instruct Nginx to load other configuration files. We are going to tell Nginx, okay, along with this configuration I will also share some other configuration, please load those configurations also. So in that way we will instruct our Nginx web server that for a particular port a website is running here, for a particular domain a website files are present here. That's what we are going to do now. How do we understand that? If you take a look, these are all basic information, and inside the HTTP by default our server is looking at the include file is here. Now this is very difficult for me to scroll and check, so I will clear the screen and then I will say cat nginx.conf, and then I will go with less so that I can read line by line. Okay, there we go. So now I am pressing enter. If I go up and down, I can easily come back. You could see in this line, server is listening at 80, and the server name is underscore, which means there is no server name, it is default, and the root files are present in this folder. Let's go further down. This is what we need. Whatever configuration file is present in default.d folder, those configuration files will also be loaded. That's what it says. It says that the server will be listening at 80 for this default Nginx.conf file, and the other configuration which is present in this default conf will also be loaded. So that's what the basic idea here is. So now what we need to do, we need to create a configuration file. With this information is more than enough. What it should contain, it should contain which port it is listening, it should contain a server name, and then it should contain where to find the HTML files. So these information is more than sufficient to create a configuration for a website. If you are using Ubuntu or different other server, let me quit this. Or let me, we can come back and copy this, but currently what I will do, I will create a notepad in my local and I will just save this information so that we can use it again. And okay, let me clear the screen. If you are using Ubuntu, you will be seeing few different folder structures in your Nginx folder, which will be, you will find something called sites enabled and sites available. You don't need to create that, that's not mandatory, but the main idea here is we will be setting up 10 websites in our local machine now. It's not necessary that all the 10 websites should be associated with your Nginx. So today we will say that all 10 websites are available, and then you say no, I don't need the 10 websites, I need only 2 to be available, remaining let us remove it. So when it happens, what will you do? In case we already saw that whatever conf file present inside default D will be loaded, right? So in that case, if you have a folder called sites available and you put all your configuration original files there, then everything will be loaded. In case you don't want something, you need to remove or move the file from that location. So that is a difficult process. You can't always move in, move out and all those things. Then what we do, like we remove the file directly. Then if we remove the file, all the setup we did there are lost. So we cannot get them back. So there is a simple way of achieving this, which is already used in all the Nginx servers, which is to create a symbolic link. What is a symbolic link? Let me open up my Windows here. In case you are from Windows, let's say like I'm going to my pictures. I'm in pictures. I have a file called nginx.png, and then I will open up one more folder. I have a visualization folder, a work in progress folder. In the work in progress folder, what I will do, I will create a shortcut for this Nginx. So what I can do, I will just drag this and keep it here. I'll say create shortcut here. So there is a shortcut for this one. You see the size is 2 KB, but the original file size is 168 KB. If I open it up, it opens me the Nginx logo. Now let me rename the file to _Nginx. Okay, now renamed. If I try to open, it will still open because the file is directly linked here. If I hover the mouse over, it says the file is now called as Nginx _. So this kind of link is called as hard link. The link itself is associated to the file. So when you move the file, it will still track the file itself, and then wherever it goes, the shortcut will still work. This is a hard link. Then what is a soft link? Soft link is it will not track the file, it is not associated to the file, but it is associated to the location itself. So it will say that it will always look for the previous name Nginx in this location. If the file is moved, it will not work. So that's the difference between hard link and soft link. Hard link is associated to the file, so when you move the file, the link also will track and track the file itself. But soft link will only look at the location. The moment you remove the file, the link connection is lost. I'm not going to show an example of this here because anyway we are going to create a symbolic link. The main idea is we have two folders, sites available and sites enabled. So you put all your files in your available folder, and whichever you want to enable, you create a shortcut like a symbolic link there, and those links will be loaded by your Nginx. If you don't want something, just remove the link alone. The original file is still retained. So to do that, let's say make directory sites, I will say _sites available, and one more folder called sites enabled. So let's list, we have two folder sites available and enabled. So we need to create the configuration files inside sites available. So we have two sites available, let's say test1 and test2. So let me open sites available, and in this folder I will create two files. First file is called test1.conf and another file is called test2.conf. So now we have two files available. Let me directly edit the test1.conf, and I will go open the PDF, the thing that we created here. So currently, as I said before, there are two ways, right? One, listening to the port, next is using the server name. So what I will do, I will remove all this. This is the bare minimum that I need. So I need to listen to a specific port. I will say listen to 5001, and let's not deal with the server name now. And root user share Nginx.html. Instead of that, I will go to var www.html or var www. I will say This is test1.site. Test1.site. So this is my root. So let me copy this and come here, go into insert mode, right click. So I am creating a configuration file which will listen at 5001 and then it will send me to the site which is present at this location. Okay, escape, write and quit. So I created one file. Let us test it. Cat test 01.conf. So this is working. Okay, so now let us edit test2.conf. Now let me go one folder back. Now I need to add the links here. So as I explained before, I can also give sites available directly, but then I need to delete the file or move the file whenever I don't need that to be served. So removing a link is more easy than moving the file, storing it somewhere else. So that's why we have sites enabled, right? So I need to now find the present working directory. So present print working directory, this is in Nginx, right? So link ln, create not a hard link. If I give directly, it will create a hard link. So short symbolic link, create a symbolic link in etc Nginx sites enabled. Where is the target? Target is sites available inside which test01.conf is my target, and link name is etc Nginx sites enabled. I will give the same name, right? Same name. It's not necessary that you need to have a same name. You can also have different name. Let's say site1.conf. Okay, now let us do the same for test2 as well. I'm creating one symbolic link. Now I'm creating second symbolic link and calling it as test2. Okay, let's open up sites enabled and list it. Now it doesn't make much sense, but if I give list with -l, you could see that the file itself is a link. So when you open this file, it will open test1. When you open this file, it will open test2. Let's try to open site1.conf. It will give me the information from test1. So that's how the link works. Now that we created two configuration files and also created a symbolic link, the main idea is whenever you remove, the connection is not lost. Now let's go back and edit the Nginx config and say that it should also link into sites enabled. So let me go to insert mode. The HTTP, whenever you are including these configurations, just include etc Nginx sites enabled all the .conf file inside as well. I'm just saying that, okay, you are listening at this location, right? So also include whatever file is present in this configuration, for configuration files present in this location as well. That's it. So escape, write and quit. That's it. Now our application will now load the files from this sites enabled as well. Then 3 sites will also be loaded. How do we know that? So we will need to restart Nginx, systemctl reload Nginx. So Nginx is now reloaded. On reload, it will now also load the configuration from sites enabled. So 2 information is already present. So all that's left is you need to create the files in the said location. So sites enabled /site1.conf. So the location is test21.site and test2.site, right? So let's go to the same location, cd. If the location is not present, obviously it is not present. So let's create a folder, make directory. This location cannot make directory, no such file or directory. Okay, why it didn't work is the www is also not present. So what we will do, let's make a directory, whatever command we gave before, let's make directory this location, but we will also give an option that if parent directories are not present, -p, make those as well. So now parent directories will also be made. test2.site, that is also made. Now let's go into cd-var and say cd www cd, two folders are present. test1.site, I will open up and create a file called index.html. It's not html. Touch index.html, and then let me edit this file, and in the insert mode I will say hello, this is site1 test file. Okay, there we go. So we created two folders, and then inside each folder we created two index files, and index files contain some basic information. So what it should do now, 5001, in case we are receiving some information, it should be sending the file from the specific website. Before that, let us open server site statistics, TCP, listening port TCP, UDP, and port with number. Okay, let's see. It's Nginx is only listening at 80. It is not listening at a different port. So that is totally fine. Now what we will do, we will try to run, reach the website at 5001. Obviously it will not work because the port is not opened yet. Let me open the port. So firewall command and add port 5001 TCP, firewall command, add port 5002 TCP. Now if I open up, 5000 and 5000 port are open, but nothing is listening in those two ports. That's fine. Let me run this. Well, it doesn't work even for 5001 and 5002. Let's open the command prompt, the terminal, and say SystemCtl restart Nginx. Okay, Nginx restart failed. Let's check why it failed. JournalCtl xcu nginx.service failed to start. Okay, it says that 5001 is open, but permission denied to bind. The latest Linux OS are controlled by something called security enhanced Linux. So they call it as SE policy. So how do I do that? So there are two things first we need to do. Like first we need to check all the booleans that are enabled or not. Security enhanced Linux SETSEBOOL. There is something called SETSEBOOL, and SETSEBOOL. Let's do help. Get SEBOOL. So get all the booleans. Okay, get SEBOOL with all. Get SEBOOL all, and then pipe it and say network. So we are only discussing about network. You could see that HTTPD CAN network connect is off, which means here HTTPD CAN network connect DB is off, which means network cannot connect to database. Network cannot connect to, basically network cannot connect internally. So that's what it means. So this needs to be turned on, only then it will work. But how do we know that this is the issue? I already said now this is the issue, and there is one more issue because it says that port 5001 is not binding, right? So let me clear this off. We will come back to this later. CManage is there, so it is to manage the ports. CManage port. Okay, so it's hyphen port, I believe. Port, and then I need to give hyphen L to list everything. So CManage port list. It will give me all the port which are opened by CManage. So what we are looking at, CManage port list, and pipe it to grep HTTP. So HTTP port, I could see that 80 is open, 443 is open. These things are open for binding, but 5000 is not open. Let us first open that. CManage port. Let's do a help and see. A for adding. So if I give double hyphen A, which means that I need to add. If it is already added, I need to modify. So let's add something. So CManage. And we are looking at port, right? So CManage add, now CManage port add, then what we need to add? We need to add a type of T for type. We will do full forms. So add type. What is the type? Here you could see from above, HTTP underscore port underscore T, that is the type. So HTTP underscore port underscore type. So CManage port add to the type of this one. What I need to add, a port value of you need to give protocol as well. So TCP protocol 5001. Now it's already defined. So what it means, if it's already defined, then we need to modify. So let's go ahead and say modify. So modify is M for modify. So now this is added. I will do the same for 5002. 5002 is not defined first. So first I need to add. Okay. So now this is defined. Let us check. Clear the screen, CManage port, list everything, and then from this grep and give me HTTP underscore port underscore T. So I could see that 5001 and 5002 both are now allowed to bind from the HTTP. So where were we stuck before? We were stuck at starting the Nginx service, restarting. So SystemCtl restart Nginx. Now this should restart Nginx. SystemCtl status of Nginx. So Nginx is now running and enabled. Still did not allow network to connect to different ports. So even though the Nginx is running and everything is fine, this should not work. Now it reached the place, but what it says, it is forbidden. Why it is forbidden? We need to there are two ways. Like, since we already know that this is a error, we can directly go ahead and set the CBOOL. Why we are not allowed to reach 5002? Let us go into the journal control. Nginx is fine and it is running. There is no error with Nginx. So here we should not see anything. So we need to go to log files of Nginx. Here, where log Nginx, it's not there. Okay, where log Nginx. And error log says that here, you see, first we had this error earlier that the binding was failed, and then there is one more error that permission denied to client. So this error is the one which we initially faced. Basically this error is when the 5000 binding was failed. Then now we are facing an error. The latest error is forbidden error, again permission denied. So like I said, network is not allowed to connect. So get CBOOL. Go down and say SETSEBOOL. this one turn on. Let us check SETSEBOOL again. So now SETSEBOOL connect is turned on. So earlier it was off, now I turned on. So we should be able to reach the location. So let me do control. Okay. Even though we did that, we need to restart our service, right? Clear. System control restart Nginx. It's taking some time and done. Even after allowing the HTTPD to connect and also allowing the ports to bind and everything, still it is not getting connected. So there is some kind of an issue. Now there are two things that we need to understand. Is the issue coming only from HTTPD, or is the issue coming only from Linux, or is the issue coming from anything else? So there is a way. This HTTPD, the CETSEBOOL, all these concepts are called as enforced mode, which means the SEMANAGE or security enhanced Linux is enforcing some kind of strict policies to check certain kind of variables, and because of why these issues are happening. So what we can do is we can put a particular service under permissive mode. What is permissive mode? There are actually three modes: disabled mode, permissive mode, and enforced mode. Enforced mode means all the security things will be checked. So it is a strict policy and which is recommended. And another mode is permissive mode. So disabled mode, as the name suggests, completely disabled, no security at all. I will not suggest that. The permissive mode means it's same like disabled mode, but instead it will also record all the information, like everything, all the issues it will record in the log. So this is a way of debugging. We need to understand first that the issue is coming from SEMANAGE, and if it is coming, we need to log and see what are the errors, and we need to fix that. So what I will do, first put a particular service on permissive mode. So how do we know that? If you go to SEMANAGE help, you could see permissive mode is there, and enforced mode will be set enforce. So it's not here, but it's like SETSEBOOL and SETSEBOOL. It is set enforce. So which will enforce, by globally it is always enforcing. So what I do, SEMANAGE in the permissive mode, allow HTTPD underscore type. So only HTTPD I am going to allow under permissive mode temporarily, and then I will disable it later. Okay, now I have allowed it. So when I have allowed it, the first step I need to do is check whether it is reaching or not. If this is still not reaching, then the problem is something else. If it is reaching, then the problem is with SEMANAGE policies. So let me press F5, and there we go. We are able to reach it. 5002 also like second website. 5001 is first website. So we are able to reach it. So the problem is from the SEMANAGE policies. So how do we check where the issues are getting logged? By default, all the logs will be present in, let me clear the screen, it will be present in log. So we will go to cd where log. This is the same place where Nginx also contains log. We need to look at the logs from audit file. So cd audit ls cd audit.log. Sorry, it's file cat audit.log. Okay, so this will give me all the errors, but it also gives me for all the files and all the services. So what we will do, as usual, we will go with cat audit.log, pipe it to grep nginx. Now nginx is here. First is something called SystemCtl. This is not an error, this is normal auditing. And before that, there is a type AVC. Whenever you find the type AVC, that is the error log. You see, denied open, denied read. So to read a file, it is denied. To get attributes, it is denied. So for the particular application, this is denied for read-write access into the particular folder. So that's the error that we could get from here. Let me clear the screen. So the reason why the read-write error, like read-open error is happening is, even though, let us go to the location first. cd var www, and one step back, you could see that for the www, other users have read and then -x, so read and execute access. Even though the read and execute access is present for other users, which means Nginx has this access, security enhanced policy does not allow a HTTPD service to reach to locations other than the well-known location. So this location is not allowed by HTTPD, the security enhanced Linux, SE Linux. So SE Linux policy or configuration is not allowing it. There are two ways how we can do this. One, we modify the label itself for this particular location. So let us try that one from CManager. CManage, or the easiest way is that changing the owner, like currently the owner of this www is root. We need to change the owner of this root. That is one option. We can change the owner of this root to Nginx user, and then we can try. So first one is change context. CHCON, change the context recursively. So basically I'm saying recursively to all subfolders, change the context, and type is HTTPD, and I remember it is SystemCtl. So for this one, give to var www/. Okay, so now I changed the context for this one. Let us try to change the permissions. Earlier we said CManage permissive, CManage permissive, delete this time to HTTPD_T. Earlier we turned it open, now we are removing it. So after we remove the HTTPD Linux HTTPD permissive access, we need to check from the browser whether it is working or not. Now, even after we remove, it is working. Now there is one more problem. This modification that we need will be removed when the file systems are relabeled. So to make these changes permanent, you need to do this from CManage itself. CManage, then context. So it's not like change context. Now you are doing at CManage context add, and the type is HTTPD_system_content_T for variable www, anything inside this folder. So now anything inside this folder, you need to give, let's try this one. This gives for this particular folder, it now has the access, and now for anything inside this folder, you need to give the same, but along with this you need to give, let's give anything. Basically what I am giving here is regular expression command, and I am saying anything after this location, anything after this www should also have access there. Enter, and that is also created. After everything else is done, what you need to do is you need to restore context recursively for var www. We did three things: change the context, and then we said CManage context, and then we restored the context. Once these three things are done, then we will be able to reach it. So this is one way of reaching only through the port. But now what about the, I don't want to change the port or open the port and go through all these things every single time. What if I need to do it through the domain name? For that you need to have domain. So you need to buy domain from some provider like GoDaddy or Hostinger or name.com, wherever you want, and then you need to direct the records from the particular domain which you have purchased to your IP address, like wherever your Linux is, your Linux IP address, wherever you have hosted your website or web application. That we will see in the next video. Hello there, welcome to one more video on the Linux series. In the previous video, we saw how to host multiple websites on single Linux server. I said in previous video that there are two ways how this could be done. One by differentiating the ports, another by differentiating the server or domain name. And we saw how to differentiate ports in the previous video. But that involves more work. You need to enable network binding internally and then open some HTTPD CLinux policies, and that was too much work involved. So this video is about the second way how we can achieve this. Of course, even for this video, you need to refer to the previous video, because that will tell you how to make the configuration in Nginx, how to host different folders and all those things. In this video, we will see how we can point our GoDaddy domain, the one which we have purchased already, to the IP address running in a virtual private server, like the Linux server, wherever you are running it. And the incoming request, how the Nginx configuration needs to be modified so that the incoming request we can differentiate and send to different sites. For the purpose of this video, I am going to make use of my existing GoDaddy account and the domain which I already have. The concept, whatever we are going to follow in this video, will be similar for other host domain providers as well. In case you have Hostinger or name.com or whatever it is, the concept is going to be the same. All you need to do is change your A records. So just follow this video and we will start with GoDaddy. I opened up from this GoDaddy to my service. I have a website called mouse.events, and here so many information is present. What I'm going to do, I am going to transfer or forward whenever a request comes through a particular domain. I am going to transfer it to a different IP address. Just forward it to my IP address here. This is the IP address and I want you to forward it to this IP address. Save, and nothing else. From my mouse events, I will just forward it to this IP address, and the IP address I will handle whatever I want to do. Yeah, I waited for like 5 minutes. Now whenever I try this mouse.events, it's now opening up the Nginx one. But this is not what we need, right? Because we have hosted different websites there at 5001 and 5002. I can try this one like this, but this is not something that I need. I don't need to put 5001 and 5002 here. This is like, I don't need to tell people to enter this. So the website itself is now going directly to the 80 page, but I need this to be redirected to either the test site 1 or test site 2. To do that, we can do subdomain concept. So this is just an idea. You can do different things as well. If mouse.events directs to this, because this idea, the video itself about hosting multiple websites, you can have one more domain, and that domain also direct to the same IP address. And when you receive the information on Nginx, whenever the server name is mouse.event, you can redirect to 5001, or whenever the server name is something else, you can redirect to 5002. That's what we are going to do now. So I will directly go to our Linux server here and open up and select the config files. We know the config files are etc, Nginx, sites enabled and sites available. We have put it in sites available, and let me edit the first one, test1.conf, and here the server name is not default name. I'm going to say the server name is, I need to go into insert mode. I will say server name is mouse.events or www.mouse.events. If the information comes from any of these two places, write and quit, and system control restart. You don't need to restart. All you need to do is reload Nginx. So here let's do Control F5. Control F5. So reload the page. And it still didn't work. You know the reason why it didn't work? Because in the configuration here, we still are listening at 5000. Only when the request comes to 5000, we will differentiate by the server name. So here you need to say listen at 80. So which basically means same like the main page, listen at 80, but now differentiate it with the server name. That's what we are saying here. So we don't have the port concept here. We are having the server name concept at present. Like I said in the beginning, there are two ways how the request can be differentiated. We have restarted it and F5. Now mouse.events is going to site 1. So what happened? The Nginx is listening at 80 port, but it has two configuration files. One configuration files for the default website, another configuration file for the test site.1. So mouse.events is now redirected there, and once it reaches there, then Nginx will differentiate it. It cannot differentiate anymore because the request has arrived to 80, and if the server name is not present, then the default file will be issued. Since the server name is coming from mouse.events or http whatever it is redirecting to this location. Now we need to test how we can host another website as well. I have one more domain here, but setting up this is going to take time. So what I will do, I will create a subdomain to show how it goes to another website. Same like setting up a new domain, but we will set up a subdomain now. Let me go here. Now subdomain is also another A record, but if it is A, it is the primary domain. If it is subdomain, I'm going to say that let's say test site 2, and IP address is same 65.20.85.185, and let it do in half an hour. Save. I have two A records. Whenever at is present, that means it's directly the main one, and whenever site 2 is present, it will go there. Now that's fine. Now let me refresh the page and go and refresh here, and we added that one as site 2. So site 2.mouse.events will not load anything because it's a completely separate domain, and it's still going to the main page. Now what we do, we'll go back to the Linux, and this time we will edit test2.conf, and here we will say this also let it listen to 80. Here it will be site 2.mouse.events, and write and quit, SystemCtl, restart Nginx. Now this is the second website. So whenever mouse.events is called, it's going to test2 on site. Whenever site 2.mouse.events is called, this is going to second website. Now what happened here is, initially we tried to differentiate by port number. We did not differentiate by server name. So when we don't differentiate by server name, only based upon the port you will be able to reach the location. You need to give the port, whichever port you need to specify, 5000 or 6000 or whichever it is. Now the major problem with that is whenever you are calling something like that, you also have to enable and open all your internal ports. For instance, we enabled all the HTTPD, we enabled the CManage Linux, all because we tried to access a different port internally. We were not able to bind to a different port. So that is one way of differentiating the request based upon the port. Another way of differentiating the request is through the site name or the server name itself, like what we did here. We checked, let me check this test1. So like we put everything will be listening at 80, so there is only one port. When the request comes, the specific port will then differentiate the request and send it to different folders based upon the server name which is present. So obviously in our case it is mouse.event, so it's coming here to test one site. And when it did not have a prefix, like the subdomain was not present, then it considered mouse.events and sent here. When we added it subdomain to the second site, it was able to differentiate it. So these are the two ways how we can host multiple websites in a single server. Thank you. Hello there, welcome back to one more video on the Linux series. So far we have seen how to create a Linux server on the cloud, how to host multiple websites, how to manage different SE Linux policies and all those kind of stuff. Now in this video we will see how to install or set up MySQL server on the cloud. In case you did not follow the previous videos, I will recommend to watch them, at least some parts whichever you are not familiar with. We already covered how the DNF works or yum works, how to install and remove package and all those things. So I will directly go ahead, DNF search MySQL, and we have MySQL server here. DNF install MySQL server, it's 21 MB, and yes. Now before it installs, currently for this demo we have set up a Linux server, Alma Linux, in Vultr. We purchased a cloud compute instance which is running at $5 per month. Now this is done, MySQL is installed, it's quite fast. Now that we have installed MySQL, we need to check the version, whether it is installed correctly or not. MySQL version, so MySQL version is there, it is present. And let us also check DNF list installed and confirm if MySQL is installed. Sorry, it should be Grep MySQL. Okay, MySQL is there and MySQL server is also there. Clear it up. This part we have already covered in Nginx series. There are three things which we need to be a better admin. One is understanding of system control, which will allow you to start a server or start any service, start, stop, restart the services. And along with system control, we should also have command over firewall command. So if you know how to make use of firewall command, you will be able to open the different ports required by different services. And finally, to see which service or which application is listening at which port, you need to make use of socket statistics or network statistics. Okay, so let us check SystemCtl status of MySQL. Okay, it says MySQL.service is not found because it's not the actual name which is present. But in case you face this error, there are two places where you need to check. I exactly know why this error happens, but you also need to know where to check. The places are two places. One is, it will be in etc systemd system. If you go inside, you will get all the .d files like nginx.service.d, sshkgen.service.d. So whatever ends with this .d and .service are your service files. So you can search for Nginx service and the system control will give you that. If you search for sshd, let me show you, system control status of sshd, it will give me all the SSHD service information. So SSHD is a service. Now likewise, MySQL, I do not have anything, but where can I find this information? Even in the above file, it is not present. So like I said, there are two locations. One is in etc systemd, like this location, the present working directory. Let me write print working directory. So one is present in etc systemd system, other is present in user live systemd system. So this one is the second location. This location, if I list, I will have all my service files. If I can go from top to bottom, different service, SSG service is there, and what else, IPR dump service is there. Likewise, if I get down, my MySQL service will also be present. So MySQL service, it is not called as MySQL.service, it is MySQL d.service. That's why it was not giving us. In the above step, if you want to understand, you can grep with MySQL. So it will tell me there is two service. One is MySQL d.service, MySQL d@.service. So when you are searching from system control, you need to search for MySQL D, and it is now loaded but disabled, not enabled and not active. So let us system control enable MySQL D, system control start MySQL D. Now MySQL service will be started. Okay, let me clear the screen. Once this is started, the next step is we need to check the socket statistics for listening ports, TCP, UDP, port number, TCP, UDP, port, and numeric resolve. And it will tell me MySQL is now listening at 33060. So 3306, MySQL D is listening here, 3306. So, but you should also note that it is not open externally. Now we can do two things. I can open MySQL within the server itself, like I can directly give MySQL and it will open. Now we have opened up MySQL. Here I can go ahead and show databases. Now there are 4 databases. I can now create a database, create database, testdb. Now I created a database. Again, if I want to show databases, now testdb is created, but this will not work from outside. We have two ways of reaching out. I will now try to use my MySQL workbench to connect. I will try to connect to make a new connection, and connection name is mouse events test, and location is 65.20.85, 65.20.85, 65.20.85, 185.185. Root, and there is no password. Let us try to connect. It should not connect because this 3306 port is not yet opened, so it should throw me an exception. Not only the port, there are multiple errors there. We will quickly see them. So it's taking too much time, so it's obviously not connected. So let us come back to the error shortly. Before that, I failed to connect. First and foremost thing, we need to know whether we are able to reach this location at this port or not. I will open PowerShell in Windows to see whether we are able to reach the specific IP address at this port, just to ensure the port is open or not. So in this way we will know that this is not an error, and in case some error happens, it is because of something else. PowerShell has an option called testnet connection. Let's see. Okay, testnet connection is not recognized because it says it is not present. Obviously, when you install PowerShell, many of the default functions would be available, and I am using Windows. This is purely optional. You don't even have to worry about this part. You can even skip this part. Get modules will be there. Okay, it's not modules, it's module. So basically there is only one module which is available in my PowerShell. We can go ahead and say get module list available. Now what will happen? PowerShell will try to open the default directories where the PowerShell modules are installed, and it will try to load all the available modules. So all modules will now be loaded into memory. Now it should give me all the modules which are available. Now let us try testnet connection. So testnet connection is available. I have just directly cleared it up. Now testnet connection. Go and look at a port 65 20 85 185 at port 3306. If the ping is successful, if it is able to reach this port, we will receive true. Let's wait for one more minute. So it failed. So it's not able to reach the specific IP address at the specific port. But what if we remove the port? If you remove the port, it should then try to reach a default port which is nothing but 80, and it is true. So we can clearly say that the port 3306 is not open, and that is the reason why our MySQL workbench is not able to connect. Let's go back to our Linux server, and from the Linux VPS I'm going to use firewall command, add port. I will open 3306 with protocol TCP, and now this is open. Now socket statistics, listening ports at TCP, UDP, NP. It should tell me that MySQL is now listening at the, this is already we cleared it, right? So what we did now, firewall command, list ports. Now we have 3306 open, 5001 open, 5002 open. Everything is open now. So let us go ahead now and test this connection. If we are able to reach this port at 3306. Now that we have opened the port, it should now return true. Now this is true. So we could see that at this specific port we are able to reach the IP address. So the port is open and we know that it is working. If we try to give now, it should fail, not with the previous error but with a new error called user is not allowed to connect. Why? Because by default the user that we created in MySQL will be able to reach only from the local host. Let us just check that. Open up MySQL and here show databases, and I will just choose the MySQL database because that is where the user information is present. I will go ahead and say use this database, use MySQL first, and MySQL database is now being used. Show tables, and we only need to focus on the user table. So first let us describe what is that user table, and this table contains username, host, and these two are the most important thing, and also the password. Anyhow, the password will be hashed one, so we don't need to worry about that. I will just use user, host, and password. Where is password? Do I see password somewhere? I don't see password anywhere. Anyhow, so I will directly go ahead and say select user host from user table. So you could see that user an account called user is present, but this user can only reach the local host from only reach the MySQL server from localhost. We need further information as well. For instance, authentication string is nothing but the password, then the plugin. Let me do one thing. I will also select from the user whatever we are selecting. I will use plugin as well. Okay, plugin. This is really very important. The reason is, when you are directly trying to reach, anyhow at the end of the day you are going to reach your database through what? Through your web backend, maybe using some kind of an API. At that point of time, the caching SHA-2 password will not work. You need to have something called native password. In from Microsoft version 8.1 or something, the caching SHA-2 password is being used, or else we will be using something called as MySQL_native_password. If you are still using .NET framework or other old frameworks, this caching SHA-2 password will not or might not work for you. How do we create a new user? Create user, username, let's call it as remote root at host. It's not local host, it should be from anywhere. So percentage is anywhere. identified with MySQL underscore native underscore password by the password here. Now this is the format. You will start create username at percentage is nothing but a host identified with. But in our case, we are not going to identify with native password. But if you have any issues, then you need to create with native password. If you have any issues from accessing from your backend, because that depends on which framework you are using, maybe PHP or .NET. I have faced these issues with the .NET and it was not able to connect with anything else, so I had to change it to native password. Anyhow, so now password should be provided. I will just change the password. Okay, here it is. I have created the user now with a specific password. I have blurred the password area. So let us try to connect with the same password if it is working or not. So test, it's connected. So now we are able to connect to a cloud MySQL work server from our local MySQL workbench. If I open this up, I should now be able to see all the information needed. So here, let's say show databases, enter, sorry, here it is, control enter, show databases. Currently, I am not seeing the database. Okay, why I do not see the database? Because even though we created the user does not have grant. And show grants for user is root at localhost. Show the grants for this user. Okay, he has so many grants. It's the same, I believe. Okay. I cannot clear like this. I need to give. Okay. Now what I will do, show grants for remote root at percentage. Let us enter. There are two ways how we can do this. We can specify specific, like if you want to grant access only to one database, you can specify the database name. For that we need to know the databases, right? So currently there are 4 databases. So let us create one more database. Create database testdb2, and now if I run, I will have 2 databases, testdb, testdb2. Now what I am going to do, I am going to say, you don't need to follow this clear function frequently. Reason why I'm using clear function is it's going till the bottom. For recording purpose, it's abstracting. That's the reason why I'm clearing frequently. And this command means that it will work only in Linux. It means that the clear is not MySQL command. Clear is Linux bash command. That's why I'm giving this. So the not present. So what we will do, grant all privileges on a specific database name testdb to remote root at percentage. So here what we say, on testdb all privileges grant to this user. That's done. Now if we see show grants for remote root at percentage. Oops, I made a mistake. You could see that we are specifying MySQL.testdb. So it is assuming MySQL is the database and testdb is the table name. First, let us remove that grant. Revoke all privileges should not put the database and table name in a quote mark. It should be plain. Okay, now let us say show grants for remote root. He has only one grant. Now what I am going to do, grant all privileges on testdb.star. So on the database testdb, for all tables grant the privileges to remote root at percentage. Now if I go back here and check, I have testdb. So now I can create table in testdb, like use testdb, and after that table you need to define all the at least one column name should be provided. So create a table, user table, followed by, I will say one column name is id, which is an int. That's more than enough. So now if I show tables, I have user table. Now if I describe that table, describe user table, so that table has only one field called id and it is an integer. Okay, these are all related to how you are managing your database, but this video is not about that. This video is about setting up a MySQL server on the cloud, so we will not focus there. So this is how you grant privilege to a specific database. But what if you want to grant a privilege to all databases? You can simply say grant all privileges on all database, all tables to remote root at percentage. So when this is done and I go to my MySQL workbench and say show databases, it should open up not only testdb, it should also show me the testdb1. There we go. And testdb2, sys system, all the databases are present. But this is usually not how you will provide access to people. You will only provide access to a specific database to a specific user. And that's it. So let me exit here and clear the screen. So that's how we will connect or set up a MySQL server on the cloud and connect from a remote machine. Thank you for watching this video. We will see you in one more. Hey there, welcome back to one more video on the Linux series. This video we are going to connect Visual Studio Code from my Windows machine to the Linux server, and we will start developing the front end directly from the VS Code, because to edit the file and then modifying it from the command prompt like the bash terminal is a little bit difficult. That's the reason why we are not making any major change on the HTML pages. So we will see how to do the connection. For that you need VS Code to be installed on your Windows machine. VS Code, I have installed VS Code here. I already have VS Code installed in my local machine, so I will directly open it. When I say local machine, I am talking about my Windows 11. So there are so many extensions available, but for this remote connection, there is one in particular that we need, which is Remote SSH. It is from Microsoft. So search for this extension here, Remote SSH. Install Remote SSH and Remote Explorer, Remote Development. Actually, I have installed all the four of them. After you install the extension and restart your VS Code, you should be able to see a small green color button on the left hand side. If you do not install this, you will not be seeing this button. After you install the Remote SSH, you will be seeing this button, which will allow you to open a remote window, which means you can connect your VS Code to your virtual machine running anywhere. It doesn't need to be only the local host. Even the ones that we have in the server, the one that we already have set up in the cloud server in Vultr, we can also directly connect there. First we will start with connecting our application to the local host, and then we will try to the virtual machine running in our local machine, and then we will try to connect it to the cloud server. So there are so many options here. You need to choose which one suits you better. For my case, I will say connect to host. I can choose two. Either I can connect this window itself, or I can, when I say connect to host, it will open up a new window. Let us open up a new window, and it already has a configuration available. So the configuration, in case you do not have a configuration, you need to add a new SSH host. How does that work? When you select add SSH host, it will ask you to provide username at a particular website. In our case, what is the IP address here? IP address is 192 168.0.136. So I need to give a root at 192.168.0.136. When you do this one, it will open up a new page, something like this, configure host, something like this, where you will be able to select and configure the values. If everything is given perfectly, like username, host, this page will be there, and all you need to do is save the page. After this is done, again come back here. You will be able to see the connection configuration at the top. Let me select this configuration, and it's asking me what is the platform. That is a Linux platform, and it's asking me to give the password. Let me give the password, and it's setting up the host, which means it's already connected, and it's again asking me for the password. It should not ask multiple times. It should work on first instance itself. Okay, it didn't work. So I've been reading this error in the output. It says that it was able to connect, and it was able to download everything. All was working fine until finally it was not able to open the tar.gs file. Tar command is not found. So basically tar version is not present there. So we need to fix this error on the server side. Let me open up my dnf install tar. And we already started initiating something, and some setup was already trying to happen. So those things need to be killed first. So let me open the command palette. From here I will say kill. Kill VS Code server on host. In case it is running, we will try to kill that. So Linux, and let me give admin the password, admin password or root password, and we should see a message that this is killed. So if it is successfully killed, and connect to host local Alma, and now it is a Linux platform, and the root password is provided. Now it is downloading the server, and it should installing the server here, and installing the server. It will now copy to the host, and everything is done. Now it is opening remote. Let's wait, and that's it. There we go. So now we have connected our Visual Studio Code to the server. So how do we know? Let me open up the terminal, control and tilde symbol, or else we can go here and say terminal. Root at localhost. This is exactly the same as this. So I can now say list, go to main folder, list. So now what I'm doing, instead of using Putty or instead of using SSH terminal or any other terminal, I have connected my Visual Studio itself directly to the Linux host. Let us first go and check. Let's go to the website first. When I try to reach 192.168.0.136, it should now take me to check my IP address. It's 192.168.0.136, and it should obviously take me to the server, but for some reason it is not reaching there. Let me check. Let me check again if my ports are working and everything is listening. SS listening, TCP, UDP port and name. I could see that Nginx is listening at 80, and Nginx is listening at 80, and HTTPD is listening at 80. So both are not working. For some reason it was working before and it is not working. Well, now let me clear it. Firewall command get zones. There are so many zones, but we need get active zones. Active zone is public. So firewall command zone is equal to public, add port 80 bar TCP firewall command add 8080 to TCP. So now this is fine, and for some reason this is not permanent. When I restart the server, it is going off. Let me check that first. Currently this is working fine. In case if it doesn't work, all we need to do is permanent, already enabled. Okay, I will suggest giving permanent whenever you are opening up a port. And in production, remove the existing port and then add permanent in case you forget to add permanent, so that even if you restart your server or reload the firewall, everything should work fine. So now we know that the ports are open and we are able to reach the sites. So this particular file, now we are going to edit it from Visual Studio Code. Where is this file present? We know that it is present in user, but anyhow we will go directly into the config file, cd etc nginx, not cd, cat etc nginx.conf. We know that this file is present in user share nginx html. So we need to go there. I can either go from there or I can open the folder from here. Show local, not my local. Open folder from the remote. I am going to the root folder, and I know that it is present in user share nginx html. Okay, so inside this folder, again it's asking me for the password because it has opened up a new terminal. So this new terminal is there. I test the authors. So here when I go, this folder contains an index file. This folder contains 505, 404, 50x files, 404 and everything. So this is the file which is present. I don't need this file at all. Let me select everything, remove. And in my PC, since it is I'm using it for other developments, I have already installed different packages needed for HTML, different packages needed for CSS, and all those things I have already installed. If I want to type HTML5, it will directly open up HTML template for me. Here I will say the title is Nginx server. Now just pay attention to the test page. Title is called as test page, right? Now I am calling it as Nginx server. Body I will say this is a test. Let me save the file, go back here, press Ctrl F5. This is a test and title is Nginx server. Now I can directly start building up the application from VS Code, and it will be reflected on my server. I don't need to go to the terminals and use very difficult methods of updating my website. For instance, let's say we want to change the background of our website or change the color of this one. In case you know CSS, you can directly start with that. Let's call it as h1 and say Nginx, and then we will write a paragraph. Say this is a test server. Save, refresh. Okay, now let's change the color here, or we can set up in the header itself we can set up inbuilt script and say style h1. I will say for h1 color is red. Save. Sorry, it's background color. And it doesn't carry this colon, it's just that background color refresh. It's not background color, of course. Let's say background color is light blue and color is red. Then background color is light blue, color is red. I don't need red, I will say crimson. So then I can say font size is let's start with 30 pixels. It's less, so 60 pixels. If I want to change the font and I need to choose something from why do we need to call it as Nginx? We call it as mouse events. And in case you need to apply some fonts, all you need to do is just download the fonts, Google Fonts selection. Let's choose this Roboto font, and all I need is the link here. Let me copy it. There we go. And I have connected the font links there. And to use the font, I need to say font family is this. And here I will say font family is Sophia Sans. I remember that I chose Roboto. Maybe I already chose Sophia Sans. I don't remember. Okay, let's save this. Refresh. The font is now changed. So then you keep on building your Vue.js application or React.js application, whatever you want, directly from your VS Code without having to go through all the difficulty of the terminal. So that's how you connect your VS Code to Linux. In case you are following this video from the beginning of the series, you should be aware that we already have cloud server setup on Vultr, and Alma Linux version is already running there. We have also set up MySQL database there, and we have also set up Nginx reverse proxy with multiple websites, and one of our domain from GoDaddy is also connected there. So you don't have to worry about all those things to understand what we are going to discuss shortly. But the key thing is we have a cloud server, not only the local virtual machine. So the local virtual machine, the IP address is this. For the cloud server, for my case, the cloud server IP address is this. In your case, whatever IP address you received from your cloud service provider will be your IP address. And obviously, if you have followed the video from the beginning, you would have set up some virtual machine or OS there. So this is my IP address. Now I will try to connect to my cloud server. So this is not the old one. I will create a new one and say root at, this is the address where I want to connect. Now I will edit the file, open the config, and here I will give it a name and say Vultr remote Alma. And port obviously is 22, but still we will add it for a safer side. Then now I will go connect to a host Vultr remote Alma, and remote Alma is Linux, and it should ask me it's saying that do you want to continue. There is a fingerprint, yes. And what is the password? I will give the password, and I keep on forgetting the password for this one. Now the password is entered, and after the password is set up, it should install everything and it should open up. Now there we go. We have now, it's still editing something, and let me open up the terminal, and now we have connected. So we are now connected to, remember, not on the local computer, on the cloud server. So let me try to open this cloud server from my browser. So the IP address is something like this. And I don't even need the IP address. Why do I need? Because we already have set up the reverse proxy, mouse events. When I type mouse events, it will go to the site1 test file. This is what I'm going to edit now and see whether it is working or not. So if you want to understand how this mouse events is getting targeted to a cloud solution, just take a look at one of our previous video where we are directing the domain to an IP address. And here let me check the root folder, and the file is present in cd var www, and here cd test1.site ls. And now I need to edit this particular file. I need to open this folder. So let me open the folder. I can do it in two ways. Either I can say code here, so basically code in this particular location, press enter, it will open up a new location. And now this is again connecting to the server because it's a new window, right? So it's again asking me for the password. Let me give the password. And now the location is opened. I trust the author, of course I am the author, and index file is here. Instead of doing all this, I am going to say test1 file html5, and then what happened? Let me close the other one, and let's try to keep it like this. Let's take a look, save the file, and say mouse events, and here welcome to mouse events with 3 things like this. Save, and let's refresh the page. Welcome to mouse events. How would it look if I place this text in the center of the screen? Let me also copy the font links that we have already did for the earlier part of the video, and I will add it just here as a link. Then we know that to give the file it should be like this. So I'll create a style, and in this style I will say font family, and not here, of course, for HTML, everything inside. This is the font family that I need. So whatever I put, I need the same font family. You can adjust and modify as per your need. So now font family is modified. Now next thing is you can make some modifications here. Let me quickly make a change to the body. Let me say the body height should be 100 vertical port height. So it will be 100% of the height, and it might not be visible now, but that's fine. And next thing is I need to adjust something here. Let's say background color is equal to white smoke. Let me refresh and see the color is changed. It is very mild, but it is changed. And let me add put this welcome to inside a div box, and div, and inside this div I will add a h1, and inside the h1 let me put this one. Save, and we need to add some style to the div also. It could be for everything, or it could directly be here on the inline style also. Let me write the inline style. It's your choice how you want to do this. Inline style, let me say the height, let's say the background color for instance now is pink, just for time being, to see if it is there. Okay, it is there. Let us try to bring it to the middle. To bring it to the middle, obviously we need the display to be kind of a flex box, and align items should be in the center, and flex start should be in the center. Now if I give align item center, it should come to the middle, but the text will still remain at the left side. Let me save and refresh, but text is still in the left side. So to bring that, now it should be justify. So justify content center. Obviously because we are now in the row, so each row means left side is flex start, right side is flex end. And let me refresh, it is now in the center. Let me remove the pink. I no longer need this because I used it only to as a reference, and instead I will say color is crimson. So now welcome to mouse events. So whenever someone goes to mouse events, they will see this welcome to mouse events. And we can also add a small minimal text here and say This is a sample created as a part of the Linux bootcamp video series. It should open up in a new tab. So it opens up the series that we are doing here, and that's cool. Now there is one more problem. Again, this is now not in a proper location. Why? Because we are inside a div. Then again we need to say div also is kind of a flex, and div also has now this is a row, right? So justify content is center. Now actually when I refreshed it, it is creating a different issue. The reason being, we cannot have row, we need to have the flex direction, as in case you have little idea about how these things work. In some of our previous videos we have explained this in HTML series. So here I will say this is column, and I will refresh. Okay, still this doesn't work, and instead of justifying, because now it's like vertical in the sense it should justify will move the whole objects either to the top or bottom. That's how the justify works. For the left and right side, it's always align items. It's basically which direction you are going, the perpendicular direction is align. Earlier we were trying to go the horizontal direction because the flex is flow, so the align items will be for vertical movement, it is align items. Here for horizontal movement, since it is column, our align item should be center, and align items center. Now it is in the center. Let me check. That's perfect. So if someone comes to our channel website and check, this should be displayed to them. That is cool. Even then still there is something missing. Now what I will do, I will just remove this justify content, save it, and here the width of this one I will say 100%, so it will occupy whatever is available. That's fine, we can focus on those things later. Maybe this is texture wrapping, that's cool. So what we have here now, we now managed to connect our VS Code to the cloud server, and we started playing on the HTML page. So if you are more focused, and if you know more about React.js, Vue.js, or anything for that matter, you can start building your website directly from here. Add some images here, add some images there. You can set up your static website, or you can also set up dynamic websites here. So now this is fine, and if you are watching this video and you want to try this, you can try going to mouse.events and do this. Hopefully in the future I will be building up a new website for mouse events, and these things might not be available there yet. So thank you for watching this video. I'm going to start this video with a very short story which is completely irrelevant, but most of us would have at least faced it once in our lifetime. On a very sunny day, meet two friends, Rose and Jake. Rose and Jake are very close with each other, and then they share everything. In other words, they love to gossip. They talk about their teachers, they talk about their families, and sometimes they even talk about their own close friends. One day, they are in school and are casually talking. Remember, it's a school, which means they are not alone. There are many people in the school, one behind them and one looking out the window, and there are some kids waiting for their parents to pick up, so it's a whole bunch. Now as usual, Rose has an interesting story to share. So she starts off with, you won't believe what happened today, you know how it is. And the person behind them saw her excitement and started to pay attention to what they are talking about. He has now become aware of what they are discussing about. If you would have watched some series or movies like Sleepaway Camp or Carrie, you would know what I'm talking about. This is how it all begins. A very innocent, harmless gossip which ends up with breaking friendships, relationships, damaging the reputation, and sometimes even ruining the entire life. So this is how it begins. It's a small gossip here, a harmless prank there, and eventually it starts a whole killing spree. But let's not talk about killing here. But that's the whole gist of it. Any information could turn malicious, and you can never know about it. That's the message. Now our Rose, who has watched all these slasher marathon movies, she becomes aware that she is in the school, and she starts talking using some secret words which only she and Jake knows. So they have a secret code for their teacher, some codes for their events, happenings. You know how it is. They have their own secret language. Then once they begin to talk like this, the person who is on the back listening to this, eavesdropping the whole time, could not make a sense of what they are talking about, and he feels frustrated and he decides to just leave the place. That's a really short story. Now it's time for the moral of the story. If you think the moral of the story is stop gossiping, then you're absolutely wrong. Because the moral of the story is not stop gossiping. The moral of the story is use a secret language while gossiping. Just ensure that no one understands what you are gossiping. That is the real moral of the story. The end. No, wait, that's not the end. That's too quick. What if our Jake is not exactly whom we think he is? What if he's actually the one who spreads all the rumors and floats different stories around the school? Then in this case, it could make some damages regardless of whether Rose used a secret language or not, because she chose a wrong person to share her information with. Now it's time for the moral of the story. If you think it is to stop gossiping, then you're again absolutely wrong. Because the moral of the story is not only use a secret language while gossiping, but also gossip only with trusted friends. That is the second moral of this story. Now, the end. If you understood the story, then you will really understand what we are going to discuss in one more video in the Linux series. Hey there, welcome back. My name is Lingam. Thank you for watching this video today. In this topic, we will cover what is SSL and why it's needed. Any device, be it your PC, laptop, mobile, or tablet, if you are using an app like your daily exercise app, your bank app, your company timesheet application, whatever it is, if it is going to connect to an internet and download some data, then there is 99% possibility that it is either using a HTTP or HTTPS protocol. How does a device communicates with another device? Usually there will be some form of an address, right? Like an IP address or a domain name like www.blah.com. So this is how a device reaches the server, like another device using an address. Once the communication is made with the server, then it can start sharing the data and receiving the data in text form. Sharing is a two-way process. It can be like, the device says hello there, and once it reaches the server responds back with hello yourself. So this is a two-way communication which is happening from the device to the server. The example is very simple here. You could be sharing your credit card details. You could be entering your login details. So there are a lot of things which you don't want others to know. If you paid close attention to the story in the beginning of this video, you should know that someone could always be listening to you in crowded places. Just because you are in the comfort of your bedroom, do not think that no one is listening. Trust me when I say this, internet is a really crowded place and someone could be listening. Now, if you ask me how it is possible for someone to do that, then I will give a statement which I usually use in most of my videos. There are always more than one way to do it. Without going into too much technical things, if you are using internet from your coffee shop or your hotel or shopping mall, then someone could connect to the same network, do some gateway spoofing, do a man-in-the-middle attack and read your data. If you are in your home, Then maybe you downloaded a freeware, installed it, you thought everything is fine, but the freeware is actually silently listening to your socket statistics, which in turn is actually reading the data and sharing it with an external IP address. Like I said before, there are more than one way to do it. How do we protect ourselves then? There comes SSL. SSL stands for Secure Socket Layer. So this is the same S that is present in the HTTPS. So in a way, S stands for secure. Well, we have been saying that SSL helps, SSL protects, right? But so what actually happens? Does it mean that if we install an SSL certificate that no one will be able to listen to what we are doing, listen to what we are sharing? The answer is no. SSL will not stop or prevent someone from listening or intercepting your data. From the story, initially Jake and Rose were talking in plain text like, hey there, you know what happened today, something like that. And that's the reason why someone else could understand. What happened then? Rose started talking in their own secret language, their coded language. Then no one was able to understand. So that was the moral, first moral of the story, right? Use a secret language. So that's what happens. In case of an SSL, initially the message starts with your PC or your device. It will be like a plain normal text. But when it starts transferring out of the PC, it gets encrypted into a way like it's not understandable by anyone. It's basically scrambled or a coded message. So this coded message could only be understood by the server which is listening. Likewise, the server also could be sending a message which is again coded, and it could also be received by the device. Now this doesn't mean that no one else is listening. Just like how it went in the story, people can always listen. But the only difference here is, since it is a coded message, even if someone else is listening, they will not be able to understand. So the difference is not that someone will not be able to intercept your message. They will still be able to intercept your message, but they will not be able to understand your message. Now, this is the main idea behind SSL. Instead of sending a plain text, we are sending the information in an encrypted way. Now, a quick note here. I hope you remember the second moral of the story. Gossip only with trusted friends. Just because a website has a HTTPS doesn't mean that it is a secure website. Maybe no one else is listening. But what if this website itself is like our Jake, who is really the bad person here and malicious one? So you are going to share your credit card data or any other password or something like that with the website, which is actually the intended malicious party. Maybe no one else is listening, but the website itself has stolen your data. So just because a website has HTTPS, do not trust all websites. Just share data only with well-known websites and well-trusted websites. Now this is all fine. We understood that there is some kind of encryption going on here and there, but how does it encrypt? It encrypts using something called as RSA encryption. Remember, this video is not about RSA encryption. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly tell a very small story to make you understand this RSA encryption. Consider there is a special kind of a suitcase. What makes it so special? It has two keys, a red key and a green key. What does red key can do? Red key can only lock the suitcase but cannot open the suitcase. Green key can not only lock the suitcase but can also open the suitcase. Now imagine that you are in a situation where you have some confidential documents that you need to bring from your home, but you forget it at home. Your suitcase is now at your home. So you call your partner and you just ask your partner to say, hey dear, can you just send those documents and lock it with the red key and hand it over through some courier person. The courier person could be a driver, maid, or whomever it is. So now you have the green key, which is the only way how you can open the suitcase. Now even if someone steals the red key from your partner, it is of no use because it cannot open the suitcase. Only you can open the suitcase. Now this is the case with RSA encryption. RSA is an asymmetric way of encryption which has two keys, two special keys, a public key and a private key. Public key can only lock, it cannot open. A private key can open. So remember, client will always have the public key. So client encrypts the data with the public key. So this public key could be shared with the client through the SSL certificate. And the server unlocks the data with the private key. So this is how SSL works. Thank you. So in case of generating a self-signed certificate and the key, you will use this command OpenSSL request 509 certificate and the number of days you need, and then the key which is the algorithm, and then no DES without password, key out where you want the key and where you want the certificate. In case you are going to raise a request so that you can send this request certificate request to an external party or external authority and then generate a certificate, you will follow this method. You will do, instead of these things, you will type new and then everything else remains the same. Output will be CSR. The whole process of setting up or installing an SSL certificate, be it a self-signed or be it through Let's Encrypt or any CA authority, should not take more than 2 to 5 minutes. But this video will be very long because we are going to explain each and every single step. In case you want to quickly jump to installing the certificates or finding the commands, I will suggest look into the lecture titles, and based on that you directly go where you need to be. Hello there, welcome back to one more video on the Linux series. This video we will see how to install SSL certificate in your NginX server and enabling HTTPS in our websites. In case you need clarification on how HTTPS or SSL works, we published a simple animation video in this series. I will suggest taking a look at that. In this video we will focus on two things. One, we will create a self-signed certificate, and then we will see how it works, and then we will create a request, and then here I will explain how this request could be converted into a certificate. In the previous videos in the series, we have created a sample website and published it on one of our Linux servers running on the cloud. I will directly open it now, mouse events. So this is the website that we have hosted on the Linux, and if I could see here, this is HTTP. The connection is not secure, it does not have a HTTPS. First, let me try to do one thing. What if I try to give HTTPS to a website which does not have SSL certificate installed? It's moving and obviously it will fail. Now I paused the recording and it's been more than 3 minutes. It's still moving and it's not working anything there. Let us take a look at our server quickly. We can see that currently our site mouse.events www.mouse.events is only listening on the 80 port. It does not have any HTTPS setup for it. And if you remember from previous videos, we are not directly setting up our websites on the default configuration which is present in conf.d, but instead we are trying to host multiple websites in a single server, and that's why we have two configurations, one for a subdomain address and another for the main domain address. In both the cases, we are listening through the 80 port, and based upon the domain name or the server name, we are differentiating which root folder to be issued to the browser. We have already explained there are two ways how we can host multiple websites. One is through the port numbers and other is through the domain name or the server name. In this case, we are choosing server name. So all we need to do is now we need also to be listening in the 443 for the same server name, and that's how it will work. Let me open the browser. So here HTTPS has timed out. Now if I remove the S, it should be working. So HTTP is working and HTTPS is not yet enabled. Basically, it's not even listening at that particular port. Let me clear the screen and begin with creating the self-signed certificate first. We need to first ensure we have OpenSSL or not. Let me try OpenSSL, and it's invalid command. Let's try man OpenSSL. So OpenSSL is present here. That's fine. Let me press Q, quit and clear. Now OpenSSL itself, we are going to, this is a command line prompt, and we are going to request OpenSSL to create a private and public key. So basically the public key will be linked with the certificate itself. We already explained how this public key or private key concept works. So let me start with, I'm already in the root user, so I don't have to give sudo for every command that I'm using. But in case you are using a different user, you need to start with sudo. But since I'm already in the root, I will start with OpenSSL. Now I'm going to request to OpenSSL request to provide me with the certificate. So what is the kind of certificate that I need? I need X509 certificate. So what is a X509 certificate? It's nothing but a certificate which will have the public key associated with it. So basically we will have a public key and a private key. Instead of storing the, we will never send the private key to the client. So we only send the public key along with the SSL certificate. So we need a certificate which will have the public key binded or attached to it. That's what we are going to tell OpenSSL to create for us first. So option is X509. In case you want to know all the options that are available, let me clear this quickly and show OpenSSL H. This should give me all the options that are available. Just take a look at those things. But currently we are requesting OpenSSL to provide me with the X509, which is nothing but a certificate with the public key binded to it. And all kind of certificates may or can contain a password. So which means when you want to open the certificate, it will ask you for a password so that you will be able to open it. This will, in case you are using digital signatures, using some kind of an USB key to sign some official documents, you know how this works. So there will be a certificate in your USB key. To open the certificate, you need to give a password, and then it opens the certificate using which you can digitally sign them. Basically, in case you are doing tax filing online, you might have already come across this concept. But this is not going to need a password. The reason is this certificate will be accessed by Nginx, and every time the server restarts, it should be able to read the certificate without password, and that's why we need a certificate without password. So I will write no DES. DES stands for data encryption standard. So I am saying no data encryption standard. And how many days I need the certificate? I need the certificate for 365 days, and I'm going to start with a new key. So this new key is nothing but a private key. So far what we have done, we are requesting for X509 without password and the total number of days that we need, and along with a new key. What is the kind of key? It is an RSA algorithm, and the length of the RSA key should be 2048, which is the maximum. So RSA can be 100, 150, 200, 250. So there are different lengths of the particular key. I am going to say that I need this key in this length. So far we are cool. We missed one thing. Now currently there are two more options which are available for us, which is to export the certificate. So where do you want to export the certificate, and where do you want to create the key? If you see here, by X509 you are saying that you need a certificate itself. By new key you are saying that you need a new key, like a private key. So both OpenSSL will be creating it, but where do you want to export it? So that information we need to give. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cancel this command at present. We can come back to it shortly. Let's go back and create some folder inside SSL. It could be anywhere you want. It's totally up to you where you want to store it. I'm going to create a new directory inside this Nginx folder and call it as SSL. And now we have SSL. Yeah, you could see that below sites enabled, we have SSL folder here. So let me clear, not clear the screen, and now I will say OpenSSL request x509 certificate without password, and I need it for 365 days, and please provide me with a new RSA key, a private key. And there are two outputs here. First output is your certificate, and I need this certificate to be present in from the beginning. If we say etc nginx, inside nginx SSL, I will create a folder called we don't need any folder. We will directly say that this is nginx self-signed .crt. Remember the extension here, .crt stands for certificate. Okay, it will output the certificate. The next one is key out. So we are not only generating the certificate with no password and validity for 365 days, we are also generating a new key that we need to export to the location, same place, nginx SSL, let's say nginx self-signed p key. It's up to you, whatever you want to say, like private key dot key. Now there we go. Now it is going to ask me some information that will be included in the certificate request. So it's asking me the country name, to code. Currently I'm in United Arab Emirates. I will give AE, or I can give IN for India. State or province, let's say Tamil Nadu. Location or locality, let's say Trichy. Company, let's call it Mouse Events. Organization unit, let's say IT. And your server or your server's host name. So this is very important. What is your server's host name? Mouse.events. Email address, currently we don't have any email address. Let's say support@mouse.events. And that's it, which says that it is created. Let me clear list, open the SSL. I now have a certificate and then a private key. Let us open the default configuration first, or let's just see the current configuration. So let me open sites enabled. Sites enabled will have a soft link to the sites available. Those things we already covered in one of our previous videos in this series. So let me open sites enabled. We have two sites enabled, one for the main domain, other is a subdomain. Let's check site 1, and you could see that currently we are listening only at 80 port. Now we also need to listen at 443 port, which is the HTTPS port, and there we need to give some basic commands, how the SSL certificate is loaded and all those things. You don't have to worry about remembering all these things. The default configuration file will already have it, or else you can Google the default Nginx.Conf and you can fetch them there. In our case, I will directly go to the default conf. We didn't do any change there. So so here it will be present in cat nginx.conf. If you could see there, the nginx.conf currently has a username and process ID, error log, where it will be, and among with all those things, we are mainly loading all the configurations which are present in the sites enabled. Basically, we are saying that any configuration that I put inside the sites enabled, load it into the Nginx whenever it is restarted or reloaded. So in that way, we are listening to 80 port. You could also see that the main config file is also listening at 80. Our config file which we have placed in sites enabled is also listening at 80. Basically, there are 3 configurations which are listening at 80. The only difference is the server name. Based upon the server name, like if you make a request to mouse.events, the server is now going to receive at 80, and based upon the server name, it will direct which root folder to be used to load the HTML files. So it's all the difference, or like, you know, the secret or trick, everything lies in how we are using the server name. So that's where we differentiate it. In case the server name is not present, like this underscore, which means that it is a default one, it will try to load the default files from here. So we don't need to worry about all these things. We came here to copy this setup. So what I will do, I just selected, right? Let me try to open a notepad and just try to press Ctrl C. You remember, you see, I didn't copy. I did not press Ctrl C because in Linux, when you press Ctrl C in the terminal, you mean you are quitting that command. Like I'm typing something, I press Ctrl C, it's quit. So here all I need to do is select, in the sense just select via the mouse. It's obviously already copied. Then here I am going to put this one. That's it. So now that I have it, let me clear the screen and oh my god, why did I come out? Okay, let us open sites enabled, because that's where we have it. And first to file we will edit site1.conf. So currently this is listening at 80 alone. Now I am going to say listen at 443 as well. Let us edit it here. If it is not much bigger, Control++. Okay, so it should be a little bit easy to understand now. You could see that whatever is with the hash, those things are commented out. So let me copy this and move it down so that we can reuse it. Okay, there we go. Listen at 443, yes we need, and it is SSL, yes. Server name is mouse.events or www.mouse.events. And where is my location? It is present in the same files we need to share. www.test1.site folder. And where is my SSL certificate present? You see that it is saying there are two things. I need to give the directory for certificate. I need to give the directory for key. If you remember, okay, maybe you remember, I forgot. So let me just quit here. Q for quit. And currently we are in this location. So we put this in SSL, cd SSL. And the file names are, let me copy them as well here, just in case. Copy. And then I will keep them here for reference. Now let me go back, cd, I'm moving forward and backward again and again, but that's okay. We edit site 01. Okay, let's see. This is my certificate name that we generated, and it is present in etc. NginX/SSL folder. So in the same folder, I have my key, which is going by the name this, and cache, some settings are there, timeout settings are there, blah 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 blah, some settings are there, and all those settings are there. I think we will go with whatever settings are present. You don't even need to queue these settings, but we will just all we need is only the important two things: where is the certificate and where is the private key. Those two are the most important things. The remaining ones is totally up to you, whether you want to include the error page and all those things or not. In our case, we will just copy this directly and come back here. Now we need to edit it, right? So press I, move into insert mode, come down here, and then right click. It didn't work. Copy, right click. Okay, so I copied, I right clicked. What happened? I think the moment I right clicked, it replaced everything. It should not be the case, right? We also need to have let me quit without writing. Let's again do the V. Now press I for insert. Now let me try to press right click. This is wrong. This is totally wrong. This is not how it should be. This is removing everything from my screen now. Let me clear and do this again. Actually it is present, but since the mouse was not properly working, it was not showing up, but it is actually hiding it. That's why it was not shown. Anyhow, so we are not only listening at 80, we are also going to listen at 443 SSL. Now let me maximize it a bit. and the configuration file is here, blah 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 blah. So let me press escape and W and quit, write and quit. So now we have wrote the configuration, modified the configuration, and we quit it. Now all we need to do is systemctl restart Nginx. If there are no issues, now it has restarted. Let's try our luck now. We'll go for https // and whether it works or not, I don't know. Now what, we will go to our Putty and we will ensure one more thing, whether the firewall is has opened 443 or not. If not, we need to do that. So firewall command list ports. So currently we are listening only at 80 3306 5001 and 2. We don't have add port 443 bar TCP. Now if I try this list ports, now 443 is also open. So in this case I again need to I don't need to, because anyhow I restarted it, right? So let me okay, it's working. You could see what it says is it is able to detect a certificate, but it considers that certificate as a potential security risk. I will explain why and how to resolve it, but first let us go ahead and say that okay, it also gives a reason. It says that there is a certificate, but it is not trusted because it is self-signed. No worries. So now we managed to get the HTTPS. So connection is again, connection is not secure, but still it is giving me a warning sign. HTTPS is there, but it is not secure because the certificate is self-signed. This is my certificate, which has the information that I provided. From India, Tamil Nadu, Tiruchirappalli, mouse events, IT, and blah blah blah, and all those information. It is valid for 1 year. That's it. So this is how we do a self-signed certificate. Currently, we saw how to do the self-signed certificates. But in your case, if you are working for any corporate environment, if you are working for a company, or maybe your client has their own IT department, we will not do self-signed. Maybe they might ask you to do Let's Encrypt, which we will cover in the final part of this video. Let's Encrypt is nothing but a free non-profit organization which provides you with free SSL certificates. But many company does not need that. A company wants to buy their own SSL certificate from providers like GoDaddy or Cloudflare or Komodo, wherever they want. So in those cases, we will do exactly the same step what we did for self-signed, but with minor modification. So I will explain how it goes. First, for that to happen, first let us take a look at the certificate and key that we have created now. By now, if you followed everything, you should be able to, what's happening to me? You should be able to understand whatever we have created. Now we created a certificate and then we created a key. Let us just try to open and see what it shows. Nginx SS private key. Let me also try to open the certificate, Nginx SS certificate. So you could see that the first one contains it's a base 64 string. It is a private key. So the second one is the certificate itself. We are not sure whether it is in the base 64 format. I'm not seeing the equal to, but it could be, but I don't know what it is. But we can be so sure that the certificate contains the public key. So what happens is, browser will receive this certificate and server will retain the private key. The request coming from the browser will be signed with the public key which is retrieved from this certificate, and the server will be able to decrypt the request and then read them. So that's how it works. Now you could see that we created the certificate itself and then we created the key. In case of a corporate or office environment, we will not be directly doing a self-signed certificate, but instead what we will do, we will create something called as CRS. Instead of a certificate, you request a, sorry, not CRS, it is CSR, certificate request. You need to create a request. So how do we do that? So let me go back and create inside the SSL folder itself. I will create one more folder called make directory certrec, something like this, for production environment. In case you are going to go with purchasing some certificates online, this is what you will do. After you create a certificate request in that folder, so it's certrec, right? So we use the same command. I'm in root, so I'm not going to use sudo. In your case, you can use sudo OpenSSL request. If you remember, earlier we tried X509. So we requested for the certificate itself. Now I am going to say I don't need a certificate, I need a request. So I will give new. New stands for new, will allow you to generate a new request, and then everything else is almost the same. So I need a new key. I made a mistake, so you cannot have this without the options, right? So I, instead of X509, now I'm saying I need a new certificate request with a new key, which will be RSA, of course, and it will be 2048 bytes length, and then it should not contain a password as well. So no DES. DES means no data encryption standards. And then we export key out. So the first key we need to export it to, in this current location, I am in certrec. You can give two ways. I am trying absolute relative path, but you can also go for full path from etc. Nginx SSL. That will be better. But I will just try certrec, and this is going to contain my key, which will be having a name, right? So let's say request hyphen private key dot key, and then I need the request output itself, which will be in the same folder, and request itself dot CSR. CSR stands for certificate request. Let's give this, and as usual, it's asking me the information. So it is in India, state or province is Tamil Nadu, city is TRZ Trichy, and company is Mouse Events, and unit name IT, it's up to you. Server name is very important, you cannot miss that. It should match your domain name, mouse.events. Address, it could be anything, so I will say support.mouse.events, and please enter the extra attributes to be sent with your request. A challenge password. We don't need a password, okay? So we are not going to do that. So let me press enter and leave it empty, and company name also I'm going to leave it empty. So in this case, let me clear the screen and open the certrec folder, and I will see now a key and then a CSR. Before we do anything, let me open this CRT and then show you something. Cat nginx ss.crt. So it says begin certificate. Now I will open the CSR. Cat, here I have a folder called certrec. Inside the folder I have a file called request.csr. No such folder. Okay, because I need to say that it is starting from here. Same folder. Okay, you see the .crt is a certificate. .csr is a certificate request. That's the difference. You are when you use the X509, you have generated the certificate itself, but when you use the new key, you are trying to generate the request. Now in a corporate environment or in your office environment, you will be sending it to let's say let's try some cheap Comodo positive SSL. It's not needed that it should be Comodo, but I find Comodo to be cheap. I can also find Rapid SSL. There is $8 one is present, $3.7 is present. There are cheaper ones available. It doesn't matter the price, because once you buy it, it will be propagated through different CA certificate authorities, and I could see that. If I go for, it could be anything. If I go for $11 per month and then buy this, this particular website should be giving me an option to upload my request. Whichever company, wherever I am going to buy, it should be giving me an option to upload a request. So all the companies IT will do is they will buy a certificate from some providers, and after they buy that, it will be like asking you to provide a certificate request, which is nothing but the request that you created now. You will be providing the specific request to this company provider. Now there are two more things. Once this provider has received the certificate, they will give you a record, which will be nothing but the DNS record or CNAME record. So those records you need to update in your domain name provider, the DNS records of your domain name. In case you have GoDaddy, you will be updating or changing that. But you don't have to worry about the further steps, because it depends upon which company certificate that you are going to buy through this website or this website. Whichever you are going to buy, they will be having their own process. They will let you know how you need to share the certificate request, and eventually what will happen after you do all these things. So that's why we are not going to look into buy the certificate or do this, because it will differ from company to company. But the gist of it is, after you give them the certificate request, they will give you the certificate. So they will not only give you one certificate, they will give you a certificate, intermediate certificate, and root certificate. What are all those? If I go to this mouse events and then I go connection is not secure, no problem, and then view certificate, I will find something called certificate chain, PEM chain. So chain means that this is a certificate which is issued. Whether it is issued with obviously it is issued with RSA encryption, and the key is there, and all those informations are there. But how the company or the browser differentiates whether it is a self-signed or whether it is coming from a certificate authority is through the chain. So through the chain, it will be able to find, let me open it up with Notepad. Through the chain, it will be able to find different certificates, the intermediate one, the root certificate, and all those information, based on which it will know whether it is self-signed or it is signed by a trusted authority. In this case, the certificate itself, not the SSL certificate which contains the public key, but the whole certificate itself will be signed by another public key, another private key, which will be from a trusted certificate authority like GoDaddy or Komodo or anyone. That's how the browsers identify. They will send this certificate to the authority based upon the intermediate and root CAs, and then it will identify whether it is trusted or not. It is coming from them or not. So this is a whole process, but we don't have to worry about all those things. Currently, we understood how self-signed certificate works. And in case you want to raise a request, instead of going with X509, you will be doing a new request. So in case of generating a self-signed certificate and the key, you will use this command, OpenSSL request 509 certificate and the number of days you need, and then the key which is the algorithm, and then no DES without password, key out where you want the key and where you want the certificate. In case you are going to raise a request, so that you can send this request certificate request to an external party or external authority and then generate a certificate, you will follow this method. You will do, instead of these things, you will type new, and then everything else remains the same. Output will be CSR. Hello there, welcome back to one more video on the NginX series. This video we will cover how to install a SSL certificate generated by Let's Encrypt. Let's Encrypt is nothing but a not-for-profit certificate authority. And in previous videos in this series, we saw how to generate a self-signed certificate and how SSL works and all those concepts. In the previous videos, we have completely explained everything. in step by step to generate the certificate, generate the CSR, generate the keys, and how to deal with an external vendor like Komodo or other companies. So this one we will focus on Let's Encrypt. Now let's take a look at something called Let's Encrypt. Let's Encrypt is a non-profit certificate authority, and they provide us free SSL certificate. There is a time limit. I believe currently it is 3 months. Every 3 months we need to auto renew them. There is a manual way of doing it as well. Basically same process. We need to create a certificate request, upload it, get the new certificate, and then we also need to modify the records from our domain service provider like the DNS records in GoDaddy or Cloudflare or wherever you have it. But this is all little difficult. So we are going to use something called as CERTBOT. So CERTBOT is nothing but an application which will help you to auto manage all these processes. It will be very quick and very easy. It will also do auto renewal as well. But there is a catch. CERTBOT is not present in the default repos. Like if I check DNF repo list, so there are currently 3 repo lists we have. Like we didn't see the full ID, but basically there are like 3 repo lists from Linux and blah blah blah. So these are all the repo list which is maintained by the providers itself. But there will be some like Red Hat or Ubuntu or those kind of people. But there is one more repository which is same like DNF, called as SNAP. So only using SNAP you will be able to install CERTBOT, because the CERTBOT application is present in the SNAP package manager, not in the DNF package manager. So we need SNAP. You cannot just like that install SNAP. If you try to install, let's say DNF search DNF or yum, but I always use DNF search SNAP, you will not find SNAP. You find something called Snappy blah blah blah, but you don't find SNAP. Reason is SNAP is present in a separate repository. So how do you know that repository? That repository is called as EPEL repository. It's nothing but extra package for enterprise Linux repository. First you need that first, and then you will be able to install SNAP. Because currently we searched for SNAP, we did not find that. So first let us search for EPEL, extra packages for enterprise Linux release. Let's find if it is available. It is available. So you see, it's extra packages for enterprise Linux repository. It's a configuration. So basically what we are doing is, there is a package manager same like DNF or yum. There is something called SNAP. First you need to get that SNAP itself first, and then after you get it, from there you need to install CERTBOT, and that CERTBOT will help you to work with Let's Encrypt. So it's like using one package manager to install another one. So without further ado, DNF install extra package for enterprise Linux release. Let's say it's 14 KB, yes, and let it get installed first. Now let us search for DNF search SNAP. Extra packages is now getting added, I believe. I don't know what's happening there, but something is being done here. There we go. So now earlier when we checked, we found only this 2, right? Snappy. But now you could see that there are so many snap. But what we need is this snapd. Wow, what's happening? This snapd is nothing but another package manager, same like DNF. So we use DNF, and then we activate the EPEL release, and from there we install snapd. So one package manager used to install another package manager. So now we have snapd, but whether snap is working or not. So let us check. Snap is kind of like a service. So you need to first enable the snap using system control enable enable snap.d.socket. It's not a service, it's something socket. So system control start snap.d.socket. So now snapd should be there. Let us check the status. System control status of snapd.socket. Now snapd, the snappy daemon, is active and it is also running. So now we can be so sure that it will be able to will be able to install whatever we need from the snap store or snapbot. Now install core, snap install core, which will install the snap core, and let it first install. Basically setting up snap now. After this is installed, let us refresh the core. Okay, so there is no updates. So snap install classic CERTBOT. Okay, so it says that you cannot install CERTBOT because it requires a folder. Basically it's expecting some symbolic link, and this link should be present in snap. It should be directing to library snapd. Okay, let us do the same thing now. Let me go to the main page, the home page, and then see. We'll do whatever it is asking me to do. It's expecting a symbolic link by the name snap, right? If you remember how a link works, if I give link help, manual link, so it's basically you need to start with the target where you need it, and then you need to give a link name. So what is the name that you need? So the name comes last. So here the name is under backslash snap. So let us create a link which is a symbolic link. So yes, and we have already covered this when we were creating multiple websites in same server. And point to snapd snap, create a symbolic link here. So if I list it with L, I should find something called snap, which is a symbolic link. You could see that it is L, which whenever you open it, it will directly open this one. So let's clear the screen. Now let us try to install snap install classic CERTBOT. Okay, it's installing, and let us wait and see how it goes. Okay, CERTBOT is installed. Let us check if CERTBOT version is available. What version? So CERTBOT is not a command. What it says is the CERTBOT is not a command which is available. Usually all the commands that we are using here, right, that will be present in the user bin. So the bin is the place where all the commands will be found. But if you are installing something from DNF or yum, it will be automatically created. But in our case, we are trying to use a different package manager. First, let us go to the user bin. It will be present in user bin, and list here all these are the commands which are available to me. Like I can try gpig, I can try gpassword, blah, 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 but I don't have CERTBOT. Why I don't have CERTBOT? Because CERTBOT is not a traditional application which I installed from DNF, but instead I installed it from a different place. Where did I install it from? I installed it from snap. Where is snap? The snap is here, and I already have created a symbolic link. So if I open snap, it will open me and show me CERTBOT is present here. So CERTBOT, whichever is present here, is the actual command prompt or the command, the application that I need. So there is one way. We will create a symbolic link of this command inside our usual user bin, so that what happens when I try to inside my user bin, if it is present, then that command is available to me from the bash terminal. So let us try to create a link which is symbolic, and from snap, the target from snap bin, I have something called CERTBOT. Now create a symbolic link of this inside my user bin with the same name. So now let me go back. clear, and then cd. Let's try user bin, and here if I list and go up, I should be able to see CERTBOT now. You see here, CERTBOT is present, but you could see that it is a symbolic. I don't have to go through like this. I can directly say that list me everything, and then grep with CERTBOT. So I have something called CERTBOT, which is actually a link, symbolic link, which is opening the application when I try CERTBOT. Now if I try CERTBOT and version, it should be able to give me the actual version. Now the command is working. So there is a CERTBOT version 2.6 available. So that is fine. So now we have CERTBOT available. We'll start with the test certificate, because CERTBOT itself has a limitation. There is a limit of how many certificates you can generate per week or per month, something like that. So we don't want to risk not being able to generate a certificate. So we can do something called test certificate. So CERTBOT for Nginx. In case if you are using Apache, you will be trying Apache, but since we are in Nginx, when I give this, CERTBOT will be able to control Nginx. When I say control Nginx, it will not control the Nginx service itself, but in turn it will go into the configuration files which are managed by Nginx, and then there it will be able to process it. For instance, here I am going to say, give me a test certificate. So it's going to ask me to provide an email. So it could be anything. So let's say support.most, and currently there is no such email. And then it's asking me, did you read the documentation? Yes, of course. Even though we didn't read it. Will you be willing to blah 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 share your email with other foundations so that they can market it? Okay. Account is registered. Now, which names would you like to activate the HTTPS for? Now, if you see, there are 3 sites which are already available. Because if you remember from the previous videos, we set up 2. One is site2.mouse.events, a specific domain that we set up, and then another a specific configuration for a subdomain, and then we set up mouse.events and www.mouse.events. So it's telling us that among the 3 which are already registered with Nginx, which are the ones that you need. You can select with appropriate numbers separated by commas. I will say for 1 and 3, give me the certificate. Okay, let's put enter, and it's now requesting a certificate for mouse.events and www.mouse.events, and certificates are now deployed to this configuration. You see, we did not even open this configuration, but to this configuration it was successfully installed. If you want to test, let's do cat of this specific file, and let's see what it says. Now if we could go inside and see, so this is where we did the cat. Now what happened is, earlier we did not have all these configurations. Now the server, the CERTBOT itself, is what it does is, when someone tries to reach mouse.events, if you see here, without HTTPS, when someone tries to reach the mouse.events without HTTPS, return them or redirect them. 301 is permanent, 301 is not permanent, it's temporary. Redirect them to HTTPS. So what it says is, if the request is coming without HTTPS, ask the browser to again send the request from HTTPS. So if you try with HTTP, it will automatically convert to HTTPS. And it's for 2 websites. Either it could start with www, or it could start directly with mouse.events, and it's managed by CERTBOT directly. And in those cases, this is not valid at all, because if this happens, it will automatically do this. And then what happens here, if we go down, these things are all fine. And if you remember from our previous videos, the SSL certificate and key, we kept a different one. We kept a self-signed certificate and a self-signed key. Now those 2 are removed by let's encrypt the CERTBOT, and now it is keeping a different certificate. That's what's happening here. Now let's do one thing. Nginx, sorry, not Nginx, system control restart Nginx. So Nginx should now be restarted. Let's open up our browser. Now we already have HTTPS. I'm going to press Ctrl F5. Now it's still there. Okay, let me refresh. It's not working. Let me try mouse.events. Okay, it's still not propagated. So let's do one thing. Go back to here, and then no, I understood why, because we were using test certificate, but that's not our main goal, right? Let's go here and see whether it is coming from Nginx or not. Mouse.events, it is HTTP. Let's try HTTPS. Mouse.events advanced. This is something, but forget about it. View certificate. Now you could see that even though it is saying that there is not secure any error, the reason is we tried test certificate. That's the reason. It says that it is in staging or testing environment. Let's certificate. So it's recommended that if you are doing test environment, always use test, so you don't lose the option of generating an actual certificate, because there is a limitation every month or every 15 days. I do not remember that. So it is valid for 3 months. This is a dummy certificate or a test certificate. Now if you are happy with what's happening, you can directly request for a actual certificate. Now this time we open it up. This time let me clear the system and say CERTBOT. This time I will directly say no test cert option. I am directly saying Nginx. Now here, what is the email ID? support@mouse.events. No such website there. Yes, and no, I'm not willing to share my email. And give me that for 1 and 3. And would you like to attempt and renew? Okay, what it asked me is you have an existing certificate that's exactly the same. Attempt to reinstall the certificate or renew and replace the certificate, because if you renew and replace, there is a CA rate limit. So what I am saying is attempt to reinstall the certificate, and we have deployed. So clear system control restart Nginx, and if it is successful, we go here and refresh, press Ctrl F5 so that there is no cache anymore. Well, I believe install certificate didn't work. I mean to say that 1 and 3, and the first attempt to reinstall didn't work, because it was trying to reinstall the certificate which was already available, so which is nothing but the test certificate. We need to go for option 2. So renew and replace the certificate. So renew the certificate and replace a new one, this time not a test certificate. So it's trying to renew the certificate. Let's just wait for a minute. Now it is deployed. Clear the screen. System control restart Nginx. Okay, let's check now. Control F5. There we go. Now we don't find the not secure error anymore, and it is now secure. And if you go to more information and view certificate, now this is from Let's Encrypt, and it is valid for next 3 months. So what is the next step? We cannot come back every 3 months on the specific date and do this, right? We need to ensure that the CERTBOT is able to do this by itself. So we need to enable the timer. By default, the CERTBOT should already be having a timer, and since it is automatically managing, it should be able to do that. In case you want to check whether the CERTBOT timer is running or not, list all the timers inside your computer. So that you can do with system control, list the timers. So this should tell you all the timers that are running in your PC. You could see that there is a timer called snap.certbot or renew timer. So this timer is running, it's running at some specific time. It says that it is running every 5 minutes, but you don't have to worry about it. It's as I said in the beginning, that there is a certificate limit, right? Like it will not make any problem, because only if the certificate is about to expire, it will try to renew it. Otherwise, it will not renew that. So basically, there is a system cron job timer which is running then it will check for the configurations and then renew them if required. You can also do one thing to ensure that if it will work or not. There is something called as a dry run option, which when you try to do, it will automatically try to simulate the process. Usually when you want the actual renewal, you will type CERTBOT renew and you press enter. But when you do this, it will actually try to replace all the certificates with a new one, and then you might end up with a problem with the limiter. So you try an option called dry run, which will simulate. It's nothing but a simulation. You could see it is a simulation. What will happen in reality when it tries to renew like this? So it will tell you if it is successful or not. So this is the exact process. See, this is simulated and renewal is succeeded. So this is the exact process that will happen when the certificate really expires and the timer actually is managed to do this renewal process. Now let us clear the screen. There are times when you directly type Nginx, it will just list all the websites which are associated with the Nginx. Maybe you want to specifically say the websites, or like you want to install wildcard certificate. All you need to do is CERTBOT instead of calling Nginx, because the moment you call Nginx, what happens is it will try to open up Nginx configurations and then read only the websites which are available there. But in case you have already set up many websites, it will return it to you. But what I suggest is you can try to create an certificate for a create a wildcard certificate for your domain. It will start with CERTBOT D, and then I can say star.mouse.events. What it does is, when I do, it will try to generate me a certificate which is a wildcard certificate for mouse.events. Let's try that. Now it's not CERTBOT, it's CERTBOT star mouse.events. In this case, it is requesting a certificate, and client with currently selected authenticated does not allow combination now. Okay, so it says that we need to do DNS challenge to enable the star.mouse.events, which means DNS challenge in the sense we need to open our DNS records in GoDaddy or Cloudflare or wherever it is, and from there we need to ensure that we are the owner of mouse.events, and then it will allow us to generate a wildcard certificate. So that we will see in another video, not in this one. So currently, thank you so much.